Spoonbill. 環境好嚴峻，浴室保戰隊係時候出動啦！
係隊長，乾衫 OK，
濕氣同霉菌都投降啦。
係惡菌，睇我表演啦！浴室乾淨晒，守護浴室，守護你健康。Panasonic Nano EX 浴室寶。
Panasonic。 你係咪要買床褥呢？有冇諗過點解酒店啲床特別好瞓？5星級酒店梗係。
knowledge to the test? It's time for another true or false challenge. You've got 7 seconds per question. Let's go! Here we go. This is a picture of Evie Pig. That's true. It's an ultrasound image of Evie Pig before she was born. Next up, Peppa's family went on a trip to Japan.
No.
False! They only visited a Japanese-themed shop, not the actual country. Try this one. This is Daddy Pig's office. True! That's where Daddy Pig works. Check this out. Candy Cat once stole Peppa's teddy. False! Candy Cat would never steal, especially not Peppa's favorite toy. Next one. Mr. Panda is raising quadruplets. False. He's raising twins Pandora and Peggy Panda. Here comes another. Belinda Bear wears pink glasses. It's like Belinda. Let's go. Daddy Pig's football jersey number is 1. False. His number is actually... Try this one. Susie Sheep made a carrot mask. Oh, that's false. She made an owl mask instead. Next up, this is Daddy Pig's shed.
lucid train. It's in land, not in the ocean.
That's false. It's the inside of a train. Here we go. Latte is Gerald Giraffe's little sister. False. Latte is a llama, not a giraffe. Check this out. Daddy Dog misses the sea. True. He really does long for the ocean. Next one. This is Daddy Kangaroo. False. That's actually Mr. Wallaby. No, that's false. Never happened. Try this one. Rebecca Rabbit's family has Susie, Danny, and Mandy's team won. False. Both teams were declared winners.
The tiebreaker.
谁说官方送的东西都垃圾？站出来！这个7天签到领取的白。
False. Both teams were declared winners. Take a look. Pedro Pony has a stick insect. True. It's his very own unusual pet. Here comes another. Mr. Bull teaches the yoga class. False. It's actually Miss Rabbit who leads the yoga. False. George doesn't wear a cap all the time. Let's go. Mummy Pig has arachnophobia. True. She's afraid of spiders. Becca had a fight. Gotten into a fight. Here we go. Madame Gazelle decided to quit playgroup. False. She's still in charge of the playgroup.
The weird elephants have.
That's false. She's still a calf. Too young for tusks. How many did you get right? Thanks for playing with us today on Quiz Ding Dong. We'll be back soon with more fun from the world of Peppa Pig. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Bye.
这是1863年英国发明的地铁。要知道那时的清王朝还在举行科举考试，当时施工队为了挖掘隧道，中断了路面上的所有交通，接着直接在道路中间挖出一条深沟，并用砖头搭建出2条拱形隧道，最后再把深沟填平，重新铺好路面。可这种从上到下的挖掘方式需要封锁整条道路，既耗时又费力，于是工程师决定直接从地下开始挖掘。可这样一来，工人随时都会面临隧道塌陷的危险。为此，英国工程师发明出了世界上最早的盾构机，工人可以站在盾构机前端挖掘泥土，并且每挖掘一段距离，盾构机就会用千斤顶把金属圆筒顶到最前端，后方的工人则给新挖的隧道壁上铺设铁板，并注入混凝土加固，大大提升了安全隐患。然而，这种挖掘方法只能挖掘出3米，为了提高速度，工程师给盾构机加装了高速旋转的钢高装置，这些钢高能够轻松绞碎岩石，后方的承线带则可把挖出40公分，而且在挖掘过程中，千斤顶还会给隧道壁上铺上铁钢筋，再由机器向4个角度推进。这样一来，盾构机每天就能挖出50米，大幅提高了施工效率。但由于部分区域的土壤太过松软，且建有多个停车场，一旦盾构机从中穿过，就可能导致地面下陷，甚至造成大型建筑物倒塌。为此，工程师在这些区域铺上了地下管道，并用混凝土进行填充，使土壤更加坚实。隧道建成后，还需要修建地铁站，工人会先用钢筋骨架在地表搭建出地铁站的轮廓。这样的话，工人用钢筋架能够穿到地下呢，他们会利用挖掘的过程使地铁站慢慢沉入地下，与之前建好的隧道相连，最后再用混凝土和墙壁进行浇筑，这样一座地铁站就建好了。然而，等到地铁实际运行时，就出现了新的问题。由于早期地铁全靠蒸汽机建，运行时会产生大量的油烟，由于需要乘客，且一旦客流量过多，蒸汽机动力不足，地铁就无法正常运行。为此，工程师十分头疼，尝试了无数方法都没能解决这个问题。可每天乘坐电梯时，工程师突然得到了启发，他将地铁车厢写下这样一个可回放的电梯，然后给每节车厢都安上了一个密码达，这样驾驶员只需控制车头的总开关，就能驱动整辆列车的运行。然而，刚解决了地铁的动力问题，隧道内又不幸发生了火灾。由于隧道是密闭空间，浓烟和高温迅速吞没了整个地铁站，导致乘客很难逃生。为此，工程师在隧道中安装了多个强力风扇系统，这样即使发生火灾，也能迅速从地内引入新鲜空气，让浓烟从另一个通风口排出，为乘客争取逃生时间。正是在这样一步步的技术突破下，才有了我们如今乘坐的地铁。关注3格，看更多有趣的知識。
城巴，你對唔對得住康城人？機場翻返去日出康城，耐過飛去台灣嘅，仲要係 A 線嚟嘅，有冇搞錯啊，大佬？今日咧就同大家搭呢一條路線 A28號線，佢惡名昭彰嘅就係咧，佢要經好多嘅地方，兜嚟兜去都未到康城嘅。佢首先要經順利啦，要經安達啦，之後再經寶達村、翠林村、將軍澳、調景嶺，先翻去康城嗰邊。喂，呢條路線其實好冇城巴嘅基因嘅，城巴不嬲嚟講呢一間比較創新嘅公司啦， 即係通常咧停站會比較少嘅，佢停幾個站好上公路啦，直接爆過去機場啦。呢條路線唔係喎，兜嚟兜去兜到天花龍鳳，搭到2個鐘咧先到康城嘅。正正因為呢條路線咁兜路呢，咁所以呢條路線係獲得一個好靚嘅名銜嘅，就係全港行車距離最長嘅日間巴士路線啦。俾44蚊搭呢架 A 車啊，城巴嘅機場快線啦，其實都係唔知個快喺邊啊，可能搭 E 車啊 ，E 人要兜埋呢啲機場後勤區，可能仲快過佢添啊。咁今次我哋會搭嘅呢個班次呢，就係平日朝頭早11:20啊，開往日出康城嘅班次啦，亦都係往日出康城嘅頭班車嚟嘅。咁正常呢，就應該要喺11:20呢已經要。不過呢，最後呢，因為有啲問題去處理啦，咁個車長呢，最後喺11:23呢先開出啦。不過都冇問題嘅，少少嘅 delay， 3分鐘嘅 delay 係可以接受嘅。好啦，我哋而家呢，就首先呢，從呢個機場地面運輸中心嗰度呢去開出先嘅。我哋下一個巴士站呢，其實好快就會到㗎啦。其實就喺附近嘅港珠澳大橋嘅香港口岸啦。咁而家呢，我哋就經翻呢一個暢連路，再經翻赤鱲角路呢，咁一路呢過翻去港珠澳大橋嘅香港口岸啦。其實喺初段嘅時候呢，呢條路線呢都唔算話特別誇張嘅。其實佢個行車路線呢，同其他一般嘅城巴機場快線都係相若啦。機場地面運輸中心開出啦，之後嚟到港珠澳大橋啦，然之後再出翻去北大嶼山公路咁樣去行嘅。好啦，喺表定時間10分鐘後啦，就抵達咗呢一個港珠澳大橋香港口。喺呢一個位呢，3個人啦，咁就而家呢總客量係8個人，咁樣就上公路噶啦嚇。咁係咯，即係加埋得8個人呢，係俾呢個全費嘅車費44蚊嘅車費嘅啫嚇。好啦，11:38啦，喺表定時間18分鐘後呢，就正式呢，就入翻嚟呢一個北大嶼山公路啦。然之後呢，我哋就沿住呢一個北大嶼山公路呢一路直行啦。下一個站呢，就係青嶼幹線嘅轉車站嘅。好啦，咁而家呢，我哋已經抵達咗呢一個青嶼幹線嘅轉車站啦。咁啊，順帶一提啦，如果你喺呢個轉車站上車嘅話，如果你係想去將軍澳、想去調景嶺一帶嘅話呢，千祈咪搭呢個 A28線啦。其實你上 E22A 係仲快嘅，其實啊。
同學咧，佢本身就自己亂咁炒，留俾阿女嗰啲大學學費咧就炒輸晒。輸實俾埋上個堂之前咧，佢就話啦：我成日有個心願，佢就話啦，我好想贏翻阿女啲學費。學咧就係用咗 T1 贏咗100%，佢嗰晚贏咗10幾萬，一晚賺咗3年大學學費。俾啲掌聲佢先，真係好犀利。嗱 ，P level 嘅分類咧有4大天王，第一款分類。T1 可以形容為大戶收集或者散貨嘅 period。咁既然佢哋係有買同埋賣，即係 buy or sell 啦，咁係咪即係有個價錢㗎？個價錢咪就係成本價咯。咁如果股價隨後上升嘅話咧，咁佢跌翻落嚟，可能喺個大戶嘅成本度會有承接嘅。咁如果佢向下跌，舉例個樣係向下跌嘅，由於呢個位置係大戶沽貨嘅成本，所以嗱佢向下跌咧。彈翻上去嘅時候，佢亦都會俾呢個沽空嘅成本價頂住，所以啦，呢嚿 T1 呢，自然會有種支持或者阻力嘅諗法。
唔少新手喺投資初期都會對指標抱有不切實際嘅期望，以為單一指標就可以解決所有問題。但事實上，成功嘅投資關鍵在於行動，以及掌握正確嘅知識同策略。唔好再俾指標成為你投資路上嘅絆腳石啦！立即行動，報名參加美國上市公司董事 Ringo 嘅環球市場通用短炒策略線上教學講座啦！講座上 Ringo Sir 會為你全面拆解技術指標嘅正確使用方法。講座係限時免費，我哋講座上見啊！
好啦，咁我哋11:46呢就喺度呢就埋站啦。所以上車人數都係0啦，11:46。好啦，然之後呢，我哋就會進入呢一個青馬大橋噶啦。咁呢度呢，我哋就正式離開呢一個大嶼山嘅區域，前往青衣 我哋進入青衣之後咧，就會行呢一個嘅長青隧道啦，然之後咧一陣咧就會沿住青葵公路咁樣去行嘅。咁因為咧呢條路線咧，咁啊主要服務嘅就係東九龍啦，同埋將軍澳啦，咁所以咧就會行呢個長青隧道，然之後咧就再行呢一個青葵公路落翻去呈祥道、龍翔道咁樣啦，一路過翻去東九龍嘅。咁11:52啦，我哋喺呢條隧道啦，然之後就出嚟啦。好啦，咁而家就係開車時間就差唔多咧，就40分鐘後噶啦。咁我哋咧就正式咧進入呢一個呈祥道啦嚇。咁我哋而家已經喺呢一個長沙灣荔枝角呢一帶嘅啦，貨櫃碼頭對出啦，呢一個葵涌貨櫃碼頭對出嗰一帶啦。好啦，咁而家咧我哋正式進入咗呢個呈祥道啦，然後開車40分鐘後啦，我哋正式咧就進入呢個呈祥道同青山公路嘅交界位啦。12點正嚟㗎啦，而家就OK， 咁進入呢一個位置，咁開始咧有少少嘅微雨啊，咁但係都 OK 嘅嚇。同埋咧，你睇翻呢個時間啦，其實係中午時間嚟嘅，正常咧就已經係唔塞車㗎啦，個情況已經叫比較好㗎啦。比起其他啲繁忙時間嚟講，應該個行車時間咧係相對比繁忙時間嚟講咧係短一啲㗎啦，上落客又唔多，交通又暢通。好啦，咁而家咧。終於咧就抵達到我哋出咗市區第一個分站啦，就係呢一個北架山花園嘅巴士站啊。不過呢個站咧其實不嬲個人流量都比較稀少嘅，呢度咧就都係冇人上車冇人落車嘅。12:03啦，即係表定時間43分鐘後咧正式抵達呢個北架山花園巴士站啦。好啦，之後啦會經過呢啲風力樓巴士站，但係唔停站㗎，你呢架車俾少少特快感覺俾你啦嚇。呢個天馬苑啊 A29 線啊，都係要停站嘅，佢唔使停嘅，咁咪俾少少特快俾你啦。嗱，佢由頭先北架山花園之後咧，下一個站咧就係呢一個黃大仙站噶啦，12:06啊，即係喺表定時間46分鐘之後咧就抵達黃大仙站啦。其實蘇花咧去到呢一個位咧個時間上係 OK 嘅，你諗下啦，機場46分鐘翻黃大仙，咁相信呢條線咧其實對於黃大仙居民咧都係好嘅嚇，都係快嘅嚇。不過咧，其實呢度都有好一堆路線嘅選擇啦 ，A26、A28、A29咧都可以做到差唔多嘅速度嘅嚇。好啦，咁我哋咧由黃大仙站啦離開呢個站之後咧，下一個站沙田坳道12:08抵達沙田坳道啦。而呢一個站咧同樣地都係冇人上落嘅。好啦，我哋咧又可以咧直接駛嚟呢一個站啦嗱。可以咧直接駛嚟呢一個站啦嗱。你見到啦，呢條路線咧，其實真係客量上啊，就真係唔算多嘅嚇，甚至乎係可以講得係少嘅添啊！你甚至乎攞架小巴去載咧，都應該夠載嘅喺呢一個班次啊。咁可能佢繁忙時間會多啲人啦，不過而家呢一個班次真係啦，客量真係比較稀疏咗啲啦。好啦，而家12:10啦，即係開出50分鐘之後咧，終於咧就埋到呢一個鑽石山站嘅呢個站啦，上咗3個客啦。嗱，城巴咧其實喺呢一度咧係有一個優惠嘅分段收費嘅，10個半嘅啫，10個半嘅分段收費，咁咧你就可以一路坐入去康城嘅。咁對比起九巴嘅一啲競爭嘅路線啦，例如290X 啦，其實個收費都係差唔多嘅咋嚇。咁所以咧，城巴喺呢一度咧都可以有一啲嘅市場啦，同埋290X 咧停呢一個鑽石山站嘅，咁所以咧可能咁樣都吸引咗一啲人咧會喺鑽石山站嗰度咧搭呢個 A28線入去康城嘅方向啦嚇。好啦，咁而家咧12:11抵達牛池灣村，上車嘅人數係0，落車嘅人數都係0啦。經過呢一個咧 即將會清拆嘅牛池灣村寮屋區啦。好啦，呢度你見到啦，個路牌寫住將軍澳要靠右邊上橋嘅喎。係啦，其實如果正常咧去將軍澳嘅路線，例如 A29號線，例如 E 車 E22號線呢，都會喺側邊嗰度咧上橋噶啦，經翻觀塘道、將軍澳隧道咁樣入去將軍澳嘅。但係我哋呢架特別啲嘅嚇，經呢一個清水灣道，然之後經翻安達村嗰邊啦，然之後咧再經翻寶林路咁樣入去將軍澳嘅嚇。好啦，而家咧亦都過埋咗呢一個牛池灣街市嘅巴士站啦，我哋咧即將咧會去下一個站咧，就係彩虹村白紅樓嘅。咁呢個位置咧，我哋可以見到啦，附近咧即將有一啲嘅簡約公屋啊就會入伙噶啦。咁未來啲居民咧都可以搭呢條路線咧去機場啊，去旅行咁樣噶嚇。好啦。12:15，彩雲村白紅樓上車人數係0嘅，好啦，咁總客量都係維持喺11個人啦。好啦，咁之後呢，我哋就沿住呢一個新清水灣道一路直上啦。其實呢一段嘅路線呢，同 290X 呢係相約嘅，但係其實呢已經會比 290X 呢條路線呢係再兜路少少嘅，係低配版 290X 嘅，我會咁樣形容嚇。喂，290X 已經有夠兜路噶咯，你仲要係低配版嘅 290X， 咁佢會點樣做呢？嗱，首先咧喺呢一個位咧，佢會停一停呢一個基信學校先嘅。嗱，呢一個位咧有啲特別嘅喎，我發覺啊，九巴個站咧係停用咗，但係城巴個站咧依然維持嘅喎嚇。九巴個站咧就搬咗去後邊少少啦，因為可能有工程啦。但係城巴呢個站咧 keep 住喺呢一度嘅。OK， 咁但係呢個站咧冇人上冇人落啦。嗱，低配版 290X 喺呢一度發生嘅啦，就係咧 290X 係唔會經順利嘅嚇，咁但係呢條線咧係會經少少嘅順利嘅，佢會停呢個順利消防局嘅。咁首先佢轉入嚟呢個順景街啦，轉翻出去順安道啦，然之後再停前面嘅順利消防局啦。但係如果 290X 嘅話咧，佢會直接上呢個新清水灣道，一路咁樣直鏟上去安秀道嘅，咁佢就唔會停呢一啲位嘅。嗱，呢一個站咧，咁城巴就冇停嘅，佢係停在前邊啲嘅呢一個順利消防局。12:18停站順利消防局啊咁。
One of my joys in life and what I believe the role of a songwriter is a common
前邊啲嘅呢一個順利消防局。12:18停站順利消防局啊咁。其實咧，so far去到呢度咧，我覺得如果你係住喺順利、住喺牛池灣、住喺鑽石山同黃大仙嘅話咧，呢一個路線嘅情況，你會覺得係接受到嘅。咁啊，個幾鐘或者1個鐘左右去到你屋企 OK 嘅。咁啊，嗱，你見到啦，用咗1個鐘咧抵達咗呢一個嘅位置啦。不過咧呢個位啦，咁你 feel 到啦，其實架巴士咧都行得比較慢少少嘅。咁如果有啲進取啲嘅司機咧，可能都會過到呢一盞燈嘅。咁我亦會形容為今次坐呢一架車嘅揸嘅嗰個巴士司機咧，個手車係保守啲嘅、安全啲嘅咁樣啦嚇，都冇咩問題嘅。咁反正呢條路線本身都有夠慢㗎啦，咁再慢少少都唔差太遠啦。好啦，呢一個位咧，我哋就會轉入去安秀道啦。咁呢度入邊咧，就首先啦，我哋離遠都見到啦，會有安泰村啦，然之後沿路咧仲有安達村咁樣嘅。12:24啦，正式進入嚟呢一個安秀道啦，係開車之後1個鐘頭04分鐘啦。係啦，我哋咧就會喺前邊安泰村嗰度咧去埋站，喺到差唔多近安泰村嘅位置咧，你就會見到安達臣道石礦場嘅發展區啦。你見到啲樓咧都逐漸落成㗎啦。喂，其實呢條路線啊都咁兜路啦，不如拉埋上去石礦場新區啦，之後係咪唔爭在啦？可能都係多10零分鐘，係咪先？好啦，咁而家咧就12:25啦，開車之後1個鐘頭05分抵達安泰村啦。好啦，呢一度買站 ，OK， 咁呢度買車嘅。好啦，之後咧就繼續去下一個站啦。下一個站咧就係安達村愛達樓嘅呢一個巴士站啦。嗱，呢一個巴士站咧，其實你離遠都會見到㗎啦。其實前邊咧有個升降機塔咧，係可以上安達臣道嘅石礦場新區嘅。咁所以咧，到時候如果有啲居民啦喺上邊，譬如係安麗苑啊、安柏苑啊等等嘅居屋咧，咁佢哋係可以 即係透過嗰個前面個升降機系統行過嚟呢度啦，然之後咧行過去對面啦，咁有巴士咧可以直接搭去機場嘅，就係呢條路線啦。不過咧就1個鐘一班啦，同埋比較兜路少少嘅。不過其實如果你由呢個位搭咧都係 O K 嘅。其實最主要最慘嘅人係苦了邊啲人咧？就係苦了嗰啲康城啊、將軍澳嘅人啦。嗱。呢個位咧，我哋見到咧對面線咧，終於有架伙伴嘅巴士啦 ，A28號巴士，終於見到一架啦，係啦，咁佢就喺嗰度就埋站啦。好啦，我哋而家咧就抵達咗呢一個安達商場對出啦。嗱，12:28抵達呢個安達村啦，亦都係冇人上落嘅嚇。好啦，咁其實 so far 咧去到呢一度咧，都係同290X 相約嘅。不過咧，290X 有個位咧就同呢條路線好唔同嘅。嗱，呢條路線咧係要落埋去寶達村嘅，其實咁樣兜一兜落去咧都要成5分鐘㗎嚇。咁但係290X 咧唔使嘅，佢出咗去安達之後咧，直接轉左行寶林路㗎啦。但係呢條 A28咧，為咗服務更多嘅群眾咧，咁所以咧佢係會停寶達村嘅。咁首先咧佢會停咗寶林路嘅寶達村先嘅，即係出邊嘅呢一個巴士站啦。嗱，呢一個係佢停嘅1號嘅寶達村嘅巴士站啦。然之後咧，除咗停呢一個出邊嘅寶達村巴士站之外咧，佢亦都會停寶達村巴士總站嘅入邊嘅嗰個寶達村嘅。其實佢有2個站咧係一樣名嘅，即係你會見到下一站寶達村，再下一站又係寶達村嘅，一樣名嘅呢2個站係啦。咁咧去到下一個站啦，咁然之後咧，其實係呢一個站咧，其實兩邊方向嘅巴士咧都會經同一個站嘅，即係不論你係去機場方向啦，或者係去康城嘅方向咧，都會經過同一個巴士站嘅。好啦，我哋咧就而家進入去呢一個巴士站咧，睇睇咧有冇客啦。咁其實咧，當進入咗個巴士站之後咧，轉入去嗰個巴士車坑嘅時候咧，就發現有客喺度喎，仲想搭車添喎。咁咧個司機咧就好醒目啦，就問個客：喂，到底你去邊㗎？咁樣，因為佢驚佢搭錯車啦。然之後咧，佢就話：佢想去機場嘅呢位乘客。咁咧個司機就同佢講啦：喂，其實走咗㗎咯喎，你嗰班車下一班要成個鐘㗎喎，咁樣，咁個乘客都好愕然啊。因為頭先啦，我哋其實已經喺安達村愛達樓嗰個位咧，見到架 A28咧已經走咗㗎啦。而下一班車咧真係要1個鐘頭先有嘅，因為呢條路線咧嘅班次係1個鐘一班嘅。咁所以咧，其實呢條路線咧班次疏落咧都係一個問題嚟嘅。好啦，12:33我哋正式離開咗寶達村啦。咁但係其實我哋仲有漫長路先到達我哋嘅終點站日出康城站啊。咁而家咧，我哋就會跑一跑山㗎啦，行翻呢一個寶林路，一路咧就咁樣過翻去寶林嘅方向嘅。好啦，咁我哋下一個站咧，其實就喺馬油塘村嘅，係啦。咁呢一個位咧，經過呢個安裕道嘅分叉口啦。其實我都覺得呢條路線未來應該改做安達臣專線比較好啲，即係拆翻2條線咁樣。如果唔係對康城人嚟講太〜好啦，馬油塘村12:38咧，就經過呢個馬油塘村冇人上落啦。好啦，之後咧下一個站康城花園。咁康城花園咧呢一個站咧就有人上落嘅嚇。康城花園12:40啦，呢一度咧都會上咗3個客啦。嗱，呢一度咧亦都有個優惠嘅分段收費嘅，6個8嘅分段收費咧，咁就可以咧帶你去到日出康城嘅。呢度咧基本上直接同290X 競爭㗎啦。咁290X 咧都可以去到日出康城嘅，行車路線都係相約嘅。好啦，12:41又開出啦。好啦，而家咧其實已經距離咗開車之後嘅80分鐘㗎啦，終於咧抵達呢個翠林村啦。翠林村呢一度咧都上咗1位嘅乘客嘅。好啦，喺度先埋站啦。我哋就會沿住翻呢一個嘅寶林路咧，一路又落翻山㗎啦嚇。咁咧就落翻去寶林嘅方向啦。但係其實咧本身咧寶林咧已經係有另一條嘅機場巴士路線 A29路線咧係 cover 到嘅。咁所以咧佢就會只係停寶林嘅外圍啦，就係停喺寶康路嘅位置嘅。好啦，咁而家咧我哋就落翻山，然之後咧再進入呢一個富麗花園嘅巴士站啦。上車人數係0嘅，咁但係有人落車嘅咁樣嘅嚇。咁而家就12:45啦，係開車之後嘅80分鐘啦。好啦，咁呢一個燈位啦，咁呢個巴士反應慢咗少少啊，你見到啦，啲車都走晒啦，佢先開始俾油啦，所以呢一盞燈咧又過唔到啦，又慢咗少少啦。 咁係咯，overall我都會形容咧，今次執行呢一個班次嘅巴士司機手車係保守少少嘅，安全至上啦，咁樣係啦。
猎魔人加大祭司加恶魔之子加猫刺客加冰魔等于无敌，不信是吧？开局先选猫刺客，因为猫刺客的飞镖可以自动巡回，非常适合子弹稀少的初期。接下来无脑选猎魔人，猎魔人可以朝敌人射出一连串的火枪弹丸，轻松逼退前期小怪。如果刷到了大祭司，不要犹豫啊，就选他。大祭司的旋转电球能给敌人造成眩晕，减少我们的战斗压力。这时候如果再刷出一个冰魔，那就更恐怖了。冰魔能召唤冰霜巨魔参与战斗，共同于又给我方增加一名强悍的战斗力。最后只要刷出恶魔之子，那这把就稳赢了。恶魔之子不光擅长火焰技能，还能增加团队最大生命。只要集齐这几个英雄，就算遇到游戏领主也能轻松过关。不信你看，兄弟们，3秒一个领主，咱就说还有谁？
至上啦，咁樣係啦。好啦，要去機場啊！呢條路線真係時間上真係耐好多咁啊！好啦，咁呢一個位啦，我哋咧就會喺呢一度咧右轉嘅，右轉入去呢一個嘅尚德嘅方向啊，唐明街啊，唐明街公園上車人數係0嘅，落車人數都係0啦，12點53分啊，即係開出後1個鐘頭33分鐘後咧，就會抵達咗呢個唐明街公園嘅巴士站啦。好啦，咁但係咧，而家咧距離康城咧都仲係有一段嘅距離㗎嚇，係啦。好，咁我哋咧離開咗唐明街公園之後咧，下一個站咧就會去到對面景嶺路嘅嚇，就會經埋調景嶺嗰邊先嘅嚇。12點54分啊，經翻呢個景嶺路嘅彩明苑、彩富閣啦，上落人數都係0嘅。好啦，之後咧就會去到下一個站啦，就係呢一個調景嶺站啊，12點55分開出之後1個鐘頭35分鐘咧，抵達呢一個調景嶺站嘅巴士站啦，亦都係冇人上落嘅。呢個時候咧，我哋見到對面線又有架 A28號巴士喎，其實離遠都睇到㗎啦，車上嘅人數係基本上冇乜㗎，基本上嚇，係啦，咁。一方面啦，可能呢一個時間係比較靜啲啦，啲人嘅習慣係早機去夜機翻咁樣啦，可能喺嗰啲時間就會比較繁忙啲啦。同埋喺翻工翻學繁忙時間咧，就可能會再繁忙啲啦。咁呢個時間冇咁繁忙嘅，咁啊，但係個客量咧都的確係真係少咗啲嘅嚇。去到而家咧，總客量其實得15個人啦。喂，一架小巴都夠載喎，大佬係咪先？咁呢個資源有冇好好地運用咧？咁樣就另一個話題啦。咁好啦，2點57分開出之後嘅1個鐘頭37分鐘就抵達將軍澳站啦。然之後啦，1個鐘頭12點59分啦，開出之後1個鐘頭39分咧，咁啊就抵達呢個將軍澳廣場嘅巴士站啦嚇。好啦，咁啊即係代表咧，差唔多要成咧100分鐘你先去到呢個站啊，都幾耐下㗎。好啦，而家咧我哋終於有啲眉目啦，見到呢個清水灣半島啦。咁慶幸嘅呢個就係呢條線啊嚇，就唔會特登兜入去清水灣半島嘅，佢只會喺出邊啦，蓬萊路呢度咧就有一個設站啦，就唔會特登兜入去嘅。如果佢再兜入去啊，咁個時間咧就會仲耐咗啲添啊嚇。好啦，咁而家咧，我哋又沿住翻呢個環保大道一路直入去康城方向啦。13點03分啦，開出咗
最新飲料路線
43分鐘咧，
馬3 2點08。
影城啦，不過呢架車咧主要 target 都係啲居民啦，或者頭先可能會經過將軍澳呢啲附近一啲酒店咁樣啦，主要 target 遊客啦，同埋係居民，所以呢個就正常咧，冇乜人會上落嘅嚇。好啦，咁呢個站咧，你見到架巴士嘅都係埋住條中線咁樣行噶啦，都係啦，都冇一個埋站嘅意識噶啦。咁都合理嘅，因為呢個站平時真係比較少人使用啦，同埋呢個機場巴士。慢線機場。終於見到康城啦！哇，呢度好多嘅高樓大廈喺度啊，終於嚟到康城啦。不過嚟到康城啫，都未去到康城嘅總站啦。而家1點04分啦，我哋會經過呢個進營嘅巴士站啦，上落人數係0。你一個遊客，你係一個嘅居 居民啦，你拎住啲行李啊，你都唔會想喺進營嗰度落車咧，再自己拎住行李過橋去對面馬路咁樣嘅。你一定咧係會想坐埋去對面嗰邊啦。但係咧，如果你要去調埋去對面嗰邊咧，咁你就需要咧喺呢一架巴士啊，就需要喺將軍澳工業村附近咧就掉頭嘅嚇。咁就喺呢一個位咧去進行一個掉頭嘅動作啦。咁呢一個位咧都壓咗好多時間嘅。首先啦，出入呢一條路啦，兜一兜呢一個 loop 啊，兜一兜呢個圈去掉頭啊。首先，淨係行呢一條路都已經用咗咧2分鐘㗎啦啊！咁好啦，咁但係其實咧，絕大部分巴士路線啦，嗰啲康城開出嗰啲咧，都會咁樣做嘅，喺呢一個位度掉頭嘅嚇，係啦，咁先可以咧就服務到即係對面線嘅嗰啲嘅居民啦。如果唔係嘅話咧，就比較麻煩啲嘅，所以好多路線都會咁樣做嘅，290X 都會咁樣做嘅。好啦，咁呢個就唔關呢條路線事嘅，架車都咁做咁滯㗎啦嚇，除非你啲車係直入工業村嘅，咁啊另一個玩法啦。但係如果唔係，你主要服務康城嗰啲都會喺度掉頭啦。但係掉頭完出翻嚟之後咧，通常咧呢一盞燈咧都未必過到嘅，未必過到啊，代表啲咩咧？呢盞燈咧又要再等2分鐘啊，即係行車時間2分鐘啦，然之後嚟到呢盞燈又要再等2分鐘啊。1:09喺呢個燈口啦，等到1:11咧先等到我哋可以開出。好啦，我哋又轉翻出去啦，係啦，咁所以咧即使你見到康城啦，好似就嚟到啦，咁但係你都仲需要多啲時間咧，你先抵達到呢一個康城站嘅日出康城嘅巴士站。好啦，13:13啦，開出之後嘅1個鐘頭。53分鐘咧，你就會抵達日出康城首都啦嚇。好啦，咁呢一度又係冇人上落客啦。咁然之後啦，我哋咧再喺前邊咧就可以左轉咧，就進入翻康城嘅巴士總站啊。13:18啊！嗱，記唔記得我哋幾多點開車嘅？正常嚟講就係11:20啦。不過咧有少少阻滯啦，就11:23開車啦。咁但係我計翻原本個開車時間啦嚇。好啦，咁11:20開車。1:18先抵達日出康城，1個鐘頭58分鐘啊，即係差唔多2個鐘㗎啦。城巴，你對唔對得住康城人？
何需下載3000款小遊戲免費線上玩。
Wait, QU is same as Roblox.
城巴，你對唔對得住康城人？嗱，城巴你不嬲咧都，我覺得你對康城人都好好㗎嚇。你有好多康城嘅特快嘅路線，呢樣嘢係非常之好嘅。你係好專注去做呢個康城嘅市場啦。基本上你喺康城對出嘅道路，你成日都會留意到城巴嘅，可能咁樣經過都已經見到幾格㗎啦。佢哋咧不斷有路線咧係進駐康城，服務呢度嘅居民啦，好多都係好快嘅。但係呢條 A28到底你出咗啲咩問題 ？A 線嚟㗎喎，大佬，收44蚊，之前搭2個鐘先翻到康城。喂！ A 線嚟㗎，你俾個 E 線嘅時間出嚟，有冇搞錯啊？喂，大佬，喂，我認識嘅城巴唔係咁㗎喎。喂，城巴你不嬲係一間比較好嘅、比較創新、比較快嘅一間巴士公司喎，衝破界限㗎喎，係咪先？喂，康城出到去將軍澳、調景嶺 ，OK 行得㗎啦，上公路㗎啦，咁樣先吸到客㗎嘛。你而家咁樣，邊有康城人會搭你搭足全程啊？2個鐘喎，師兄。係咪先？基本上呢條線設計咧2個字趕客啊！講緊呢一個班次交通情況已經比較暢通，上落人數已經比較少㗎啦。如果喺繁忙時間交通又塞車啲，上落人數又多啲，分分鐘行2個半鐘啊，先到康城啊，仲耐過飛一轉台灣啊！我諗咧有關方面啊一早意識到有問題啊，成件事喂機場翻康城2個鐘有冇可能啊，大佬？咁所以咧未來啊，當中九龍幹線開通咗之後咧，咁未來就有條新嘅路線 A28X 號線啦，係一條 A28嘅特快路線。咁咧佢首先會喺將軍澳站開出啦，然之後咧經翻調景嶺啊、將軍澳，再入翻去康城，然之後咧康城直接上將南公路、觀塘繞道、中九龍幹線、西九龍公路、漢船洲大橋、長青隧道，一路入翻去北大嶼山公路入去機場嘅呢條路線啊，擺明就會快好多啦，係咪啊？只不過呢條路線咧就暫定咧只會喺星期1至5啦， 朝頭早開出3個嘅班次嘅啫，咁其餘時間大家搭翻呢一條2個鐘 A28號線啦，咁真係苦了康城人，亦都係真係愧對康城人嘅呢條路線。好啦，今集去到呢度係咁先啦，唔知大家對呢條咁樣嘅路線有咩建議呢？歡迎喺下邊留言分享，或者係有咩批評都可以講下嘅。今集去到呢度
A28轉翻 E28。
S 召集 Supreme 背油高手，做足準備，用高達75折積分換走百佳超市禮券入訂貨，孭埋 Supreme 防水旅行背包，上山下海都冇問題。
iOS 19。
咩話？你俾多少少時？咁急？發佈會就係講玻璃啦，今次嘅發佈會。
Your iPhone is about to get a major change because iOS 19 is less than a couple weeks away, and here's a bit of what we know so far. This will be one of the biggest iOS updates, mainly focused on redesign, borrowing many elements from Vision OS, such as rounded app icons, a new redesigned camera app with a frosted glass-like texture, and a floating menu bar in most of Apple's native applications. This will also bring many updates to Apple Intelligence, and it will now be called iOS 26 for consistency across all products. Your iPhone is about to get...
Hey Apple, what's new with you? So our next iOS...
What happened to iOS 19 through 25 if we were just at iOS 18, but now we're at iOS 26? Well, it's actually quite simple. It's because Apple kind of wants to unify all their different OSs under one kind of name. That being one that follows the year that they're mostly in this case with iOS 26 mostly lying in the physical year
iOS 19.
26. And the fact that now for almost every single OS is the same design motif throughout, most of it that being with liquid glass. So just like many companies prior, like Samsung switching from the Galaxy S10 to the Galaxy S20 in 2020, companies want to make it easier for consumers to realize that their products are the newest of the new and
唔係喎，今日冇咁密喎。唔係，聽日先入嚟。 from Yao Chong for for 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. will Fakate City at 6:30, 7 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. will also fire Ichiro Expo. 11:35 to 11:35 a.m. to 11:35 p.m.
而來往將軍澳南安達臣發展區及彩雲一帶的乘客，請改乘 A28號線。同日起 ，A25線將會擴展至提供每日服務，並延長星期六日及公眾假期的服務時間，每日提供來往啟德及港珠澳大橋香港口岸斜線機場的巴士服務。啟德開出的班次服務時間為。機場開出的班次服務時間為。好啦，準備上車，睇下呢架車有幾快啦。
To these next two hairpins is to brake nice and late, but keep the car turning late, so the acceleration point is nice and early. We want to concentrate on these corners about getting fast exits, rather than catching someone from braking point to apex point. The key to these next two hairpins is to brake nice and late, but keep the car turning late, so the acceleration point is nice and early. 3, 2, 1.
Are you a Roblox?
If a police officer's at your door, here's what.
Are you a Roblox?
Giờ thành bài
Are you a Roblox fanatic?
If a police officer's at your door, here's what you should do. Police.
Andre, did you seriously steal all our money?
Yes, check out the car I bought for myself. I'll easily beat you with these expensive cars.
You little troublemaker, you're gonna regret this.
If we beat you, you're going a whole year without your phone.
We'll see about that. You won't be able to cross the death road over the lava.
And you think you can?
Dang it, stupid hammer!
Watch how it's really done. Acting like a smart guy now, huh? You wouldn't beat us even in a Bugatti.
Nice job, Tina.
Andre, try jumping over all the acid pits. Go for it, Galia. I believe in you.
We can do it even in this rusty piece of junk. Yes, we did it.
My Ford Mustang won't even notice those kids.
Just make sure it doesn't notice the acid.
Oh no, that was a total fail. But there's no... We'll make it across the destroyed bridge. My brand new Porsche handles it perfectly. Oh, the bumper just fell off.
Now Sigma Dad's gonna show you a masterclass.
Gina, step on it. This junk isn't moving at all.
Galia, I'm trying my best. Ouch, that hurt.
And now the final challenge. Jump the broken bridge. Ready to accept your defeat?
Andre, maybe less talking and more watching out for the lightsabers.
Oh no, I'm done for.
So son, ready your butt.
Mom, Dad, how many likes to not get punished?
If this gets 100,000 likes, we'll let you off the hook.
Guys, please help or I'm toast.
Andre, did you seriously...
Mom, I'm catching her.
Hi. Go.
Have you ever wondered what the world's cheapest helicopter looks like? You might think it's made out of Lego bricks, or maybe it's just a toy with spinning blades. But the real answer might surprise you. I'll show you what it is. But first, a quick question. Which flying machine would you ride if you could? Mini helicopter. Leave a like. Subscribe. Hot air balloon. Comment on this video. Jetpack. Do everything. Now, here's the world's cheapest real helicopter. It's called the Mosquito Air. And guess what? It costs around $20,000, which is cheaper than a car. And have you ever wondered what the world's cheapest helicopter looks like? You might think it's made out of Lego bricks. racist or something? So, a lot of you guys keep sending me these videos where turtles go crazy on anything black. Most people think it's because turtles are racist or whatever, but the real reason might actually surprise you. I'll tell you, but first, if you don't hate the color black, tap the like button, click subscribe, then share. And tap the copy link, and you will see this amazing. You see, when turtles are born, they're super vulnerable. Predators like crows or black snakes attack them before they even make it to the ocean. So when they grow up and see anything dark-colored, their instinct kicks in, and they headbutt it like it's an enemy. Why does turtles hate the color?
一只羊卖了680元，但亏了20%。问亏了多少元？那是不是就亏了680乘20%？那我们想这么做对吗？
No, is 1 minus 3%, which original cost is red box 5, 6, almost.
Hello， 大家好啊，我係派㗎。咁前一排咧，我喺隔離台做直播嘅時候咧，就無意之中提到有關呢個日本學校膳食嘅問題啊。咁估唔到啦，話咁快咧，最近日本呢邊有相關嘅新聞。咁話說福岡市入邊一間小學嘅中午飯嘅相咧，唔知點解突然之間喺網絡上邊咧係爆炸式擴散。個原因似乎就係因為咧呢一張膳食相入邊啊，啲學生所食嘅飯咧，入邊嘅主菜咧得一隻炸雞啫，再配一碗麵豉湯、一盒牛奶同埋一碗係麥飯啦。咁唔知點解啦？呢間學校嘅學校膳食嘅相咧，會唔知點解俾人放咗上網係瘋傳啦，網民就嘲諷啦。哇！呢啲飯係俾人食㗎，原來坐監都食得好過佢喎。原來呢個就係日本呢個國家俾社會未來棟梁嘅待遇，而更加諷刺嘅就係啦，北海道嘅網走監獄博物咁啱時，佢哋就喺呢個網絡上邊呢個 Twitter， 亦都即係而家嘅 X 上面啦，係宣傳佢哋嘅呢個監獄體驗。咁成個係包溝到魚啦，同埋主菜副菜啦。麵豉湯睇起上嚟咧非常之乾淨嘅，營養亦都係相當之均勻。而呢一套咁樣嘅監獄體驗套餐咧，價格就係1050 yen。咁網站上面仲強調啦，呢個咧係根據現實當中受刑人嘅午餐所提供出嚟嘅。咁所以網民見到就相當之大反應啦。哇！啲囚犯食得咁好，但係咧啲細路仔淨係食一隻炸雞啫。臭飯比起學校提供嘅膳食仲咁呢次都唔係第一次㗎啦，其實細路仔食嘅營養午餐比起罪犯所食嘅更加差，呢種講法咧喺日本社會已經係流傳咗好多年㗎啦。咁但係咧今次呢條片咧就唔係話淨係睇呢一次嘅雞日，而係要睇呢一隻炸雞背後成個日本嘅學校膳食嘅制度問題。咁首先咧問一個問題，點解學校嘅膳食會咁寒酸嘅呢？咁但係監獄嘅飯又咁豐富呢？原來個原因咧在於呢個制度優先順序嘅差異。 原來啦，對於囚犯嚟講咧，國家係有法律義務保障佢哋嘅基本人權嘅。咁所以啦，監獄嘅飯堂所提供嘅膳食咧，就必須要符合營養同埋熱量嘅標準，仲要配合呢個專業嘅營養師由中央統一管理嘅。即係如果啲囚犯食唔好嘅話咧，可能會引起爭議，同埋係可能甚至乎嚴重啲會引起國際批評嘅。咁但係啦，國家對住細路仔嘅話咧，學校膳食都只不過係地方政府嘅預算項目之一嚟嘅啫。咁因為地方政府預算不足啦，佢哋都好成日講噶啦，係，所以咧就唯有係削減食材，而學校嘅學生咧都係冇得抱怨嘅，因為佢哋冇選票，亦都因為咁啦，佢哋就唔喺政府嘅優先考量範圍之內。而最近呢個一粒炸雞嘅膳食事件啦，福岡市嘅嗰邊嘅教育委員會都解釋就係話啦，成為今次新聞焦點嘅學校嘅膳食嘅炸雞咧係特大版嚟嘅喎，原來係有60克咁多嘅，就相當於2塊普通嘅份量。而且佢仲提到啦，早喺昭和時代嘅時候咧已經係咁樣噶啦，食咗好耐噶啦，都冇問題嘅。仲話啦，而家因為係啱啱4月啱啱開學嘅時候咧，預算要慳啲使，咁所以就唯有向細路仔開刀啦，等啲細路仔食得寒酸啲。咁原來就所以唔係話一粒炸雞嘅問題，而係成個預算制度嘅問題。同埋呢個就唔係個別事件嚟㗎，實際上咧全國咧都有發生嘅。咁喺2023年嘅夏天咧，日本有一間大型嘅學校膳食公司係突然之間停止服務，咁就導致全國幾十間學校咧嘅飯堂係冇餐供應嘅。咁呢幾年日本嘅物價上漲就導致呢一方面嘅服務都係受到影響嘅。而且啦，呢啲公司除咗係提供普通膳食俾學校之外啦，如果學校當中有部分嘅細路仔，譬如話係有吞咽困難症啊，有過敏反應啊，對部分特別嘅食物係需要特別點餐嘅話咧，膳食公司都係需要作出對應嘅係。當然亦都係要小心處理啦。如果出現學校入邊係有食物中毒事件嘅話咧，就可大可小噶啦。咁但係呢種咁細緻嘅照顧需要大量嘅人手噶嘛，成本高，風險亦都高啦。所以公司就撐唔住之下咧，就直接退場啦。而且啦，而家日本嘅學校嘅膳食處理咧，已經係由政府或者公營機構直接管理運作，轉向民間公司營運，而且係價低者得投標制嘅。即公營機構直接管理運作，轉向民間公司營運，而且係價低者得投標制嘅。咁呢樣嘢就係2000年代小泉純一郎政權改革以嚟，地方政府就將學校入邊嘅廚房外包，用最平嘅價格委託民間公司嚟到處理嘅。咁結果就係啦，價低者得嘅公司咧就唔會夠膽買一啲好靚嘅食材啦，亦都請唔起專業嘅廚師。咁菜單設計方面，淨係可以做一啲最簡單，用啲最平嘅食材，煮出一啲啱啱好又食唔死人嘅嘢。咁所以啦，細路仔食嘅咧就唔再係營養，而係一啲成本計算嘅午餐啊。咁睇下另一個城市嘅例子咧，譬如話名古屋啦。10年前嘅話咧，名古屋市入邊嘅細路仔咧，一年係能夠食到6次嘅炸豬扒嘅，同埋6次炸蝦，仲有83次甜品。咁但係去到呢個2023年嘅時候咧，炸蝦就從呢個飯堂嘅餐桌上邊消失啦，而甜品次數亦都係減半，取而代之嘅就係豆腐同埋乾蘿蔔絲。咁呢啲咁樣嘅食物咧，雖然就話營養，咁但係咧味道方面就麻麻噶啦。好多細路仔都話咧想食肉，咁有家長就向市長投訴啦，就話細路仔喺學校食唔飽，就要求市長親自嚟食一餐，睇下個量夠唔夠。咁但係始終都係推動唔到呢個制度改革啊，因為咧學校嘅膳食費用咧一部分就由家長支付啦，咁但係咧好大部分都係由政府補助嘅。如果要調高呢個餐費嘅話咧，大部分家長都會反對，地方政府咧亦都係唔想增加補助嘅預算啊。結果就係咧邊個都唔想俾多啲錢，咁所以最終就只有嗰啲提供膳食嘅公司嘅營養師同埋廚師喺度痛苦掙扎。咁或者睇下其他國家啦，都唔係所有國家嘅學校午餐都好似日本咁樣嘅。譬如話喺法國啊，細路仔嘅午餐當中咧係完整4道菜，由前菜、主菜到甜品，唔單止重視食材本身啦，仲會係連呢個餐桌禮儀啊，都係教育嘅一部分嚟嘅。而喺瑞典嘅話咧，學校午餐就完全免費嘅，有素食嘅選項啦，同埋係有嘢飲選擇嘅。核心價值就在於強調平等同埋係營養平衡。而韓國嘅話咧，其實同日本都一樣喺教室入邊用餐嘅，咁但係投入嘅教育預算咧係比日本要高。午餐就由地方嘅教育廳統一管理，菜式亦都係相當之豐富嘅。咁但係日本嘅話咧，就將細路仔嘅午餐當成係可以犧牲嘅教育項目。最終淨係追求營養達標同埋係唔餓死啲細路仔，同埋夠平啊！咁當然啦，硬要比嘅話咧，日本嘅學校午餐可能比起某啲國家都要好嘅。譬如話去網絡上邊搜尋美國學校嘅呢啲膳食嘅相嘅話咧，好似大部分嘅學校午餐咧都係食薯片、熱狗、炸薯條。
That way they have milk, veggies, a cookie, mashed potatoes, chicken nuggets, and then bread.
咁可能會問點解以前就冇呢啲問題呢？因為咧以前學校嘅午餐係公營嘅，由政府嘅，學校就會自己設計，餐單都係自己設計嘅。喺有足夠嘅政府補貼之下啦，營養師同埋廚房嘅人就會一齊討論點樣將呢個細路仔嘅午餐做好。
I know that you go to Japanese schools because they don't have enough food to eat.
間公司去處理啦，而呢啲公司咧淨係想要搶標搶最低價，於是乎就冇人在意嗰個創意功夫咯，亦都係冇人想要投入太多心力去整呢啲午餐。結果咧就係搞到本嚟可以當作教育工具嘅學校午餐咧，變成咗而家係最低成本嘅熱量補給。即係有時候睇呢一個國家點樣對待細路仔咧，就可以睇得出呢個國家未來會變成點咯嘛，定係即係呢個國家俾囚犯食魚啦，咁但係俾細路仔咧就食一啲豆腐、蘿蔔絲咁樣樣啦。話就話細路仔係未來嘅棟梁希望啦，但係俾佢哋嘅午餐咧就好似係戰後嘅配給食物咁樣。日本社會習慣就話咧節約係美德，食少啲更加健康。咁但係節約嘅話咧就唔係話攞嚟掩飾貧窮嘅，更加係唔可以用嚟當作制度崩潰嘅藉口咯。即係細路仔唔係囚犯啊嘛，搞到而家呢係食得仲差過啲囚犯嘅話呢，其實啲大人會唔會有啲慚愧呢？咁大家又點樣睇呢？不妨留言啦！影片就嚟到呢度結束先啦。鍾意影片記得讚好同埋訂閱頻道，我哋下次再見，拜拜。
金沙呢阿媽都唔認得㗎，蝕15億美金啊！股東係資不抵債，即係差唔多，其實可能要執笠添。但係啊，金沙呢個老闆係一個財技嘅高手嚟，佢係唔出錢做生意，但係佢賺錢。2023啊通關啦，賺翻錢啊，就賺7億美金，即係50幾億港紙啦，賺翻啲錢啊嘛。咁於是乎頂翻個窿窿啦，資不抵債400萬美金。咁樣蝕法咧係一定會 hit 到個 balance sheet 嘅。你得到嘅幾個情況就係第一，公司現金少咗；第二個可能咧就負債升咗，借錢翻嚟頂數。既然講到資不抵債咧。
Today we're going to be checking out the brand new driving and power fitness update. Mexico City race. All cars can race in Mexico City in 7 days. NASCAR 9057 Chevrolet Bel Air Limited, 4 NASCAR liveries, performance fuse all button, and gift tuning kits. But before we check this out, make sure to subscribe and drop a like in this video. But without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, I'm liking what I'm seeing already in this update. From what I saw from that, I like what they've done with these tuning kits. Okay, so there should be a fuse all button. Oh my goodness. This is a game changer, guys. You have no clue. Fuse all, 30 parts. Please, go ahead. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dude. Actually, oh my goodness. They actually made it so much easier to fuse all now. This is so much better. Like, this update, I've been begging for it. They have it so I can fuse all my parts for each part. Oh my goodness. This is actually so much better now. This is actually amazing. Okay. And this is that new limited. Yo, this thing is sick, bro. This might be one of the first, I think this might be the first licensed car with a livery full on with all this stuff. Like, there's some licensed cars with a few details on them, like the Zonda, or not Zonda, I think the Wyra R has a livery. Like the Wyra R. Yeah, this one has some livery details, but this is like a full on this car. Like, this is sick. Let's see how to buy it. So, you get it for either 500 Robux or 2,000 of trophies. I'm buying it right here for trophies. Let's check this thing out. Ooh, there we go. We got it in our inventory. Yo, this thing is sick. We need to, like, look at the model on it. Here we go. We gotta also try that new NASCAR race once we got this thing all customized. Yeah, this thing is nice, guys. Yo, check this out. That looks sweet. Okay, I like that. Look at that engine detail. Very good. Interior, you got 4 seats in here. Dashboard quality, very nice. Trunk, obviously detailed as well. I'm gonna go through customize it right now. All right, I'm going through quickly, just upgrading the engine. I don't think I'm gonna put any of these parts in here, but I think, yeah, I'll just go through, add in the turbos and stuff, like none of the aftermarket slot spots though, just like the basic upgrades that we're doing right now, as you can see. And then I want to customize it. I feel like if I can change these wheel colors, I would do a blue spec instead of this red spec, so we can have like the blue all over instead of the red. I think that'll be quite nice. I'm thinking like blue on white like this is what I like to see. Maybe even, should we do blue up here as well? Let's see how double blue looks. Double blue, not bad. I kind of like it. Blue on white though. That's blue on white. I kind of like the double blue. I think we're going to keep the interior. Let's try to see what color is this. Okay, so this is that. I think we will do this in white, and secondary is this. Okay, I want to do the interior with white details, I think. Maybe some blue would be nice on here. Nah, I think I like white on the interior better. Actually, I might do this part in black. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, black, and then the white. And then the wheels. Okay, we need to figure out how to...
Is pricing change really a multi-quarter project? With ChargeBee, you can launch new pricing in minutes, not months. Experiment, iterate, and find out what works quickly. Unlock a lifetime of subscriber growth and retention with ChargeBee.
We need to make a song for AP, innit?
I've wanted to work with you for such a long time.
How do we get these to be blue? Let me get the paint code. Okay, you know what? I kind of like it like this best. The blue with the silver all over. I think that's the nicest look. And then nitrous. I want to get this nitrous, and I want to like make it like a fire color, like that. That looks pretty good. I think overall I like this spec how it is right now. I think we're gonna leave it just like this. This is a nice spec. I like it. And then I think we're gonna go try out some races now in it. You know what's interesting that I noticed though is just for the devs, if you did want to put aftermarket wheels on this car, oh my goodness, are the aftermarket wheels broken? Y'all might want to look into that, devs. Do you see like where the wheels are? It's weird. Yeah, that's definitely not supposed to happen. So yeah, we're just leaving the factory wheels on for sure. But let's go find that new race. I definitely got to try that race out. So we're going to teleport over to the Mexico City race. Oh my goodness, this is about to be such a cool new race. So now they got 3 NASCAR races. You can go to your Mexico City, your Talladega race, or your Daytona 500. And we got 1, 2, 3 more that could be coming. So very interesting to see what they're going to add. But Mexico City, we're gonna join a queue. I'm gonna try a public race. Okay, we're gonna go to a public server, or not a public server, but a matchmaking server. We're gonna see how we do in this matchmaking race against these people right now. This is gonna be interesting. Oh my goodness, they're all in real NASCARs. Have to check out the Mexico City livery too. We might put that on a car today. Yeah, we might have to look at that. You know what? We'll look at it while we're in here. Can we go look at his car? I don't think we can get out of mine, but he has the Mexico City livery. Check that thing out. That looks very nice. We got all the sponsors on it. Very nice livery. I like, honestly, this classic livery, though. This thing's nice. Let's see the sponsors we got. We got Oil and Oil, V8, Flame Igniters, Spark Plugs. Let's see. Voldex, Driving Empire. Some nice sponsors. Wait for it. America. Yeah, nice details on here. Very nice classic. Why is the race not started yet, though? I want to get this race started. Okay, we're loading in the race. First impressions, I really like to see...
It should have been a Sheffield Bel Air. Not just Bel Air, it's actually a Sheffield. The 19V2. Maybe 3rd gen. Yep, it's 3rd gen. It's Bel Air 2010. It is a 3-speed manual, 3-speed turbo guide automatic, or 2-speed power guide automatic. Well, that only have 3 gears.
My name is Daniel Chung. I'm a former admission officer at Stanford University, Rice University, as well as Swarthmore College. I'm also a former college counselor.
大家有冇好奇過自己身邊嘅地名點解會咁嘅呢？
灣仔又係仔嚟啫嘛，灣老豆灣老母咧。
當年喜帖街要改名做喜歡你嗰陣，有好多人反對，但係其實好多香港嘅地方名已經俾人美化咗。嗰啲古老嘅地名，我往往覺得係比較好聽嘅，好似樂富原本叫做老虎岩，因為相傳嗰度有老虎出沒；調景嶺就叫做吊頸嶺。秀茂坪就叫做掃墓坪，藍田以前叫做鹹田，因為以前係鹽田，但係可能又唔吉利啦，所以又改咗名做藍田。因為《漢書地理志》有一句叫做藍田山出美玉，虎山就因為殺氣太重，所以佢成條村呢就叫咗做富山村。以前遍地芒草嘅芒角就變咗做旺角，雖然英文名仲係 Mongkok。淺灣因為龍游淺水遭蝦氣又唔吉利，又改咗名做荃灣。我其實就唔中意美化地名嘅，好似韓國整容咁，整到個個都膠面差唔多咁，但係仲越嚟越膠喎而家。欣澳喺迪士尼嘅要求之下，就改咗名做欣澳 Sunny Bay， 意思完全相反，即係正能量無極限。大家成日踩單車嘅大美督就變咗做大美督。好彩呢，南丫島就冇被改咗名做南丫島，因為南丫島嗰個 R 字呢，同嗰個形狀歪啲。唔知點解原住民咧好中意用啲屎屎尿尿改名，可能純粹因為覺得得意啦，粗俗嘅又容易啲記，咁樣都反映咗佢哋率性淳樸嘅一面。馬料水大學就因為覺得馬料水個名不雅，所以九鐵咧就將佢個名咧由馬料水就改咗做大學站。馬料水嘅原名當然就係馬料水啦。但係喺佢附近嘅馬士洲就依然係馬士洲，牛料灣或者係牛屎灣就改咗做牛池灣。嗰度以前應該係個放牛嘅地方。牛池灣呢個名已經少咗人識，因為嗰度個地鐵站，所以呢大家淨係識彩虹。我哋去到西貢有個好得意嘅地方名叫番鬼輪洲，大家都好好奇係咩樣啦，係咪？番鬼輪洲係西貢甕缸群島嘅其中一個嚟，以前係駐港英軍軍人訓練使用軍火嘅地方。我啲好奇呢，就係佢哋當年對番鬼輪嘅認識係邊度嚟嘅呢？番鬼輪洲附近當然係大陰門啦。香港其實有啲地名係可以顧名思義，好似大小磨刀同破邊洲咁樣，亦都有好似果洲群島嘅英文名 Nine Pin Group， 即係而家10個張保齡球嘅前身。9個張保齡球以前就好流行嘅，但係都有好多地名呢係好難顧名思義嘅。根據連登巴打鳩之馬碌，香港有好多地名都係同藏語有關，例如索罟灣嘅藏語可以解做碼頭，因為索罟灣個形狀睇落真係好適合做碼頭。大家有興趣嘅話，可以追翻佢個 post 睇下薄扶林同埋九龍用藏語同泰文解讀嘅意思。離開咗市區，好多時呢就好似入咗另一個世界，有好多古怪嘅字、古怪嘅名，對於我哋呢啲城市人嚟講係唔會識讀嘅，好似上山雞屈、下山雞屈、學鬥同埋掃管屈咁。有個英國人叫做彭德，喺香港做咗37年嘢，曾經做過統計處處長，對香港本土文化有研究。人口普查完，成日都要去一啲山卡拉嘅地方揾啲與世隔絕嘅村民噶嘛。佢係發現有好多地圖呢都係錯漏百出，例如個名啱，但係個位錯；個位啱，但係個音錯，或者係完全錯，好似貼錯晒 label 咁樣。以前啲英國人考察地名好依賴啲即時傳譯員，彭德就話佢做咗24年，淨係見到4個比較好少少嘅傳譯員，其他嗰啲呢好多時英文又講唔好。最大嘅問題係，就算佢哋識廣東話，佢都淨係識西關話或者番禺話，但係就唔識新界好多人講嘅南頭話、疍家話、客家話同埋學佬話，就好似打寫油拗咁樣，英文就叫做 Buffalo Pass， 就喺水牛山、黃牛山附近。我以為係因為嗰個地方比較斜，會打寫油，但係其實只不過係客家話嘅大水牛，俾個官員聽錯咗做打寫油，聽錯咗又冇改翻，繼續沿用至今，繼續叫打寫油拗。彭德仲話另一個問題係好多時打寫油拗會中意答外人問題，神 神化咁，甚至特登會作啲嘢嚟呃佢哋。當彭德見到香港呢啲古怪地名嗰陣，佢覺得唔係咁簡單。佢開始研究，發現有一啲圍頭人同埋客家人自稱喺11世紀就開始住喺香港。當時嘅大嶼山等等嘅離島都係由水上人，即係疍家同埋學佬控制。香港係由好多唔同嘅部落組成。各部落之間並唔係和諧共處，好似圍頭人同客家人就成日械鬥，和邪、菠蘿邪呢啲名都係同邪族有關。邪族就係瑤族嘅分支。明末清初嗰陣固然冇話邪族自信為九皇后，即係佢哋信自己係九皇嘅後代。皆有畫像，犬守人服，歲時足祭。呢個九頭戴着人衫嘅神呢，就係盤瓠。彭德仲揾到一啲部族係信奉盤瓠。盤瓠就係瑤族嘅祖先。盤瓠同盤古開天嗰個盤古有冇關係呢？就暫時未有定論。瑤族源於古代東夷部落，專奉蚩尤，遍佈中國、越南、老撾、泰國等地。蚩尤已經係講緊起碼公元前2000幾年嘅事，即係有啲香港原住民嘅歷史可以追溯到幾千年前。曾華滿博士就曾經指出，南方喺公元10世紀之前，基本上係原住民部落自治嘅獨立王國，唐朝朝廷係管唔到嘅。去到宋朝靖康之變之後，得返半壁江山，朝廷先開始向南發展，漢化原住民，即係佢哋眼中嘅南蠻。彭德仲話有一啲香港嘅地名，如果唔係中文嘅話，會比較容易解釋。例如個排字啦，佢係假設排呢係解做礁石小島咁嘅意思。大家睇下鶴仔排同埋水浸嘴排都係一啲好細嘅島仔。水浸嘴排顧名思義就係佢中間嗰條路有時候會俾水浸住，冇浸嗰陣就可以行過去。彭德仲話呢，有次去博物館嘅時候，仲留意到印尼蘇拉維西人嘅屋同香港有啲屋好似，即係連登巴打提過嘅大澳棚屋。印尼雖然好似好遠，但係其實大澳同印尼有關都唔出奇，因為古希臘就係由好多個島組成。古羅馬都係一個領土圍住地中海嘅文明，因為古代水路比陸路快，貿易亦比較方便。對有啲民族嚟講，佢哋唔係俾水困住，四海為家先至係常態。我哋入返去市區啊！大家有冇留意到好多香港嘅地名中英文好多時都係唔 match 嘅呢？例如銅鑼灣英文叫做 Causeway Bay， 但係 Causeway Road 又譯做高士威道。例如赤柱英文叫做 Stanley， 香港仔又叫做阿巴甸，金鐘又叫做 Admiralty， 即係海軍部。啲名全部都冇關，好似入咗平行時空咁樣。其實阿巴甸呢就係阿巴甸，香港仔同阿巴甸道就係用英國外交大臣阿巴甸勳爵嚟命名。Stanley 就係為咗紀念曾經3度擔任首相嘅史丹利勳爵。港島係英國最早喺香港落腳嘅地方，所以港島區今時今日依然係香港政治同金融中心。講到香港仔，不如順便講下香港呢個名嘅起源啦。記載香港呢個地名嘅歷史文獻入面，最早要數到明朝萬歷年間國匪所寫嘅《粵大記》。大家見到火藥膠成日全部行埋出嚟咁樣。其實古代無論中國定西方，地圖都一樣好得意嘅嘢，尤其係世界地圖。但係冇人會真係拎個地圖出嚟就出航。嗰時呢都啲經驗豐富嘅水手或者係當地人。呢一首詩就係一個叫鄧約翰 John Donne 嘅英國人寫嘅。講 John Donne 呢個名嘅時候呢，我又諗起之前我哋講過嘅莊東恩。咁如果大家想聽下佢嗰首食軟雪糕嘅文學分析，就可以撳右上角條 link。呢首叫 The Good Moral 嘅詩就話啦，用地圖向其他人展示世界上嘅世界。地圖本身就係一個世界， 地圖喺世界上面，咪即係世界上嘅世界咯。之後佢講嗰個話，只擁有一個世界，大家各有一個又合二為一。呢個咁複雜嘅二人世界係咩呢？其實就係鄧約翰比較熟悉嘅心形地圖，係咪好得意呢？香港仔嘅原名就係香港，主要有兩個原因係比較有可能嘅，一個就係因為運燒香木而得名，另一個就係因為泉水甘甜而得名，即係香港仔嘅瀑布灣。至於香港點解係 Hong Kong 而唔係香港？因為英國喺赤柱登陸嗰陣，有一個叫做陳群嘅漁民用疍家話講香港，英國人以 Hong Kong 就記錄咗落嚟。就係咁，再之前呢就係咁，上面有陳群帶路圖，講述嘅就係呢段故事。後來香港成為咗香港島同埋成個香港嘅名，原本嗰個香港就變咗做香港仔。一支時期，日本就曾經將香港仔改名做原香港，代表原來嘅香港咁嘅意思。港島區有個名中英文係對嘅，但係我又覺得好怪，大家又覺唔覺得呢？其實呢個地方原本係屬於一個叫做 Alexander 嘅人。但係唔知係咪因為嗰陣時嘅中文都係由右至左寫，所以就將 Alexander 串咗做呢個我都唔識讀嘅字，一直都冇改返，仲譯埋中文做列那士地台。以前嘅英國人改名好似都唔係好在乎啱唔啱，最緊要夠得意。例如深水埗嘅 Sycamore Street 樹街，配合返附近嘅杉樹街、楓樹街應該好正常，但係佢又偏偏靈機一觸，就將 Sycamore Street 譯咗做詩歌舞街。唔知係咪因為英國有好多古怪嘅地名 ，Little Snoring、Lost、Pity Me、Bottom 呢啲，所以啲錯呢都保留咗。英國人見到有咁多名，就覺得自己好似返咗屋企咁。可能香港真係仲有好多新大陸啊！
When you're passionate about investing, you cannot compromise. Advanced tools in your arsenal. Our clients from over 200 countries invest globally in stocks, options, futures, forex, bonds, and funds from a single integrated account at the lowest cost. Interactive Brokers, the professional's gateway to the world's markets.
馬家貓叫咗一班嘅馬家動物一齊嚟開 party 啊！咁究竟呢一集會有啲咩食呢？一齊睇下呢一集嘅瘋狂報食會。呢一個呢就係加錢買翻嚟嘅雜果賓治啦，成個玻璃樽真係俾埋你。呢一兜就係最吸引馬家貓嘅食物啦，羊腸啊，有啲粗啲，有啲幼啲，有啲直啲，有啲又彎曲喎。仲有啲薯蓉喺度添，一人有一盤嘅話，自己攬住呢一盤嘅腸食晒落肚嘅話，真係好飽喎！食嘅成本又唔算好高嘅，一個人只係需要108蚊。你睇下個餐牌有幾十樣嘅食物，8人就可以揀8款食物，12人餐就可以揀12個食物，如此類推咁樣啦。到成張台都係嘢食咯，大家第一件事想做嘅，梗係唔係食嘢啦，就係攞個電話出嚟，係咁影，係咁影啦。呢一啲嘅環境，梗係上機食先㗎啦！影完晒相啦，梗係快啲食啦！要開 party 同埋生日會，仲有啊！父親節、母親節同埋端午節咯，唔好食粽啦，食呢一個瘋狂報食會。
光興 house
呢個同埋呢個究竟有啲咩嘢唔妥，又係咪錯字呢？ Hello 大家好，我係 Brian。今次皮毛小知識就會同大家簡單講下乜嘢係異體字，點解異體字喺香港又會特別盛行嘅呢？如果你係第一次接觸我哋嘅 channel， 皮毛小知識主要係介紹由實用甚至去到冇用嘅冷知識或者流行文化。如果有興趣不妨訂閱我哋或者加入會員。Let's get started。今次呢條Surfshark VPN 贊助播出。你可能都知道異體字嘅運用喺香港非常常見，但呢一種廣泛應用嘅程度喺兩岸三地實在係特別罕見。異體字其實牽涉複雜嘅歷史原因同政治近因，今次我都係照舊會從頭講起。首先，異體字最籠統嘅定義就係一個字喺正寫以外仲有另一個意思同發音完全一樣，但寫法唔同嘅字。不過呢個講法其實係好虛嘅。 異體字喺歷史上嘅多元發展，加上現代多個漢語地區因為上百年嘅分治而有唔同嘅發展、規範同再定義。其實到依家連邊個係正體字、邊個係異體字，其實都有差異。一個經典嘅例子就係個強字，喺中國從口字嗰個係正寫，從詩就被定為係異體，但呢個喺台灣就相反。至於喺香港就冇硬性規定，但香港教育局嘅指引就同台灣一樣，指從詩嗰個為正，從口為異。如果再加上中國嘅簡體字政策所衍生出嚟，人為嘅繁簡異體字問題就更加複雜。所以今次所探討嘅內容都只係會維持喺繁體書寫嘅層面上邊。異體字並唔係近代先至出現，而係自古以嚟都有。大家細個嘅時候都可能有學過秦始皇統一六國，實行書同文嘅統一文字政策，好讓佢嘅政令能夠通行全國。呢個就顯示到漢字本來就喺唔同嘅地方有個別發展。雖然秦始皇嘅政策為漢字發展定下咗一個統一嘅基礎，但喺悠長嘅漢字演變歷史同幅員極廣嘅中國，書寫方式始終逃唔過個別發展嘅宿命。異體字嘅出現有好多種原因同形式，定義隨精隨意，亦有闊有窄。例如個風字、群字就比較寬鬆，而川字、杯字就會比較窄。就算喺香港嘅應用，都只限喺特定嘅情況。事實上，異體字喺學術上從來冇一套清晰而統一嘅定義。早到東漢成書嘅《說文解字》就已經有一個概念叫做重文，以現今嘅理解就即係異體字。當時《說文解字》收錄嘅10,516個字入邊，就已經有1160個係重文，佔總數超過1成。但重文並冇明確嘅定義，後世學者對佢亦都有相當多嘅質疑。但畢竟漢代係漢字發展嘅重要轉捩點，正值由小篆演變到隸書嘅過程，就即係所謂嘅隸定同隸變兩個階段。隸書之後先成為咗現今漢字嘅主要基礎。所以當時《說文解字》嘅定義模糊，其實亦都可以理解。又以個強字為例，《說文解字》就以從詩嗰個強字為正體字，但南唐徐啟嘅《說文解字系傳》入邊，質疑指較早嘅秦代刻石文嘅強字就係從口，指許慎可能受到大篆書法嘅影響。
Cambridge, we believe education work.
因為異體字並冇完整而統一嘅分類法則，我就嘗試歸納同整合咗坊間嘅說法，大致分成以下幾類。第一類為同一樣嘢而分咗嘅字，例如獎杯嘅杯同水杯嘅杯。從銘部係指用途，即係裝食物嘅器具；從木相信係指材質。古時呢個字仲有第三形態，木字邊加個否。另一個常見嘅例子就係公共屋邨同村落嘅村字，呢一類異體字本來為數最多。第二類就係從古文形態演變所遺留落嚟，例如香港恒生銀行個恒字，正寫係恒香餅加嗰個恒。說文解字時代嘅寫法有邊中間從周，但隸書嘅演變周就改咗做日，所以就有咗恒生嗰個寫法。第三就係原本造義唔同嘅兩個字，但後嚟就混合咗，例如個基字，寫法簡單啲，原本指餓，而右邊從個己字嗰個原本就係指農作物失收而造成嘅饑荒，但後來呢兩個字就慢慢變成相通。第四類係異寫字，當中又可以再分成異形字、續寫同埋俄字，呢個反而就成為咗而家比較流行嘅類型。異形字例如有山峰個峰，古字本來係上下排，後嚟漢字字形就演變成左右排。較古老嘅上下排喺香港就被視為正體，而台灣就以左右排做正體。續寫就係民間為咗方便書寫同表達而做嘅字，例如可憐嘅憐字就會簡化成心字部加個令，但其實續寫都唔一定係簡化。例如山崗個崗字上面個山就係後嚟先加嘅。 但中港台依家基本上都已經立為正體字。麵包個麵字都係常見嘅例子，香港就會以從麵嗰個為正，台灣就會用從麵嗰個，而俄字其實就即係錯別字，但民間就約定俗成習慣咗。例如喺香港好常見嘅麵包個飽字，正寫應該係呢個包，但喺我有記憶之中，好細個嘅時候用個飽字做個包字喺香港已經好常見。而異寫字嘅流行仲牽涉另外2個原因。古代文人中意標奇立異，而創造咗好多有些微出入嘅書法字形。呢啲異體字就透過書法同雜字一直流傳。嗰啲多一點少一畫，穿唔穿頭，有剔冇剔，諸如此類，一大部分都係嚟自呢度。其次嘅就係古代人抄本抄錯，跟住長久以嚟習非成是。不過喺源遠流長嘅歷史入邊，無間斷自由發展嘅異體字文化，去到近幾十年，基本上都已經成為咗過去式。唯獨係喺香港同台灣仍然有一定嘅生存空間。呢個主要係因為兩岸政府所各自實施從上而下嘅規管漢字政策，但昔日相當自由嘅香港就冇呢一類規範。講到一個冇太多從上而下規範嘅社會，就難免有啲感慨。而家內在同外在對生活嘅限制都越嚟越多，唔少壞人都喺度監視住我哋嘅生活。只要一唔小心，你嘅行蹤同敏感資料就會俾啲壞人一覽無遺。如果唔想成為下一個無辜嘅受害者， Surfshark VPN 就絕對能夠幫到大家。佢哋透過加密你嘅互聯網流量嚟保護你嘅位置同上下載記錄，同時防止網絡供應商追蹤你嘅行蹤。尤其係安全咁傳送同接收敏感嘅檔案同信息。我指嘅係個人資料啊。唔少嘅網站同服務都係限制喺特定嘅地區先可以用。Surfshark VPN 亦都能夠克服網絡上嘅地域性封鎖，令到你擺脫規範，無拘無束咁樣探索。如果全家上下有好多部電視、平板電話、電腦都冇問題，因為一個 account 就可以喺無限制數量嘅裝置上面使用。Surfshark VPN 每個月大約只需要一杯咖啡嘅價錢。如果大家有興趣，就可以撳下邊條 link， 輸入我嘅優惠碼 SHKnowledge， 就可以獲得 Black Friday 額外5個月嘅免費專屬優惠。另外佢哋仲有30日嘅唔滿意全數退款保證，記得快啲嚟試下啦。好啦，講返正題，中華人民共和國喺立國之後就隨即改革簡化文字。遠喺正式發表簡體字之前，喺1955年就已經發表咗第一批異體字整理表，淘汰1055個異體字。之後歷年就再有多次按簡體後嘅情況，恢復咗唔少異體字做正式嘅規範字。其中一次就係專程為前領導人朱鎔基個名加翻1個字。當時從金嘅鎔就被立為從火嘅鎔嘅異體，但呢個係堂堂領導嘅名，所以國家語言文字工作委員會就將個鎔字由異體字搖身一變翻做正體字。目前中國嘅異體字數量就減到去啱啱少過1000個，但而家喺中國就因為簡體字而衍生出喺異世界全新嘅異體字問題。例如係混淆咗簡化方法嘅別字，唔用繁體字，或者係自行組合咗繁簡體嘅合拼字等等。但呢啲都唔係今日嘅主題。而其他全世界採用簡體字嘅華人社會，亦都因此而排除咗傳統異體字嘅應用。事實上，呢度已經佔咗絕大部分嘅漢語使用者。
猎魔人加大祭司加恶魔之子加猫刺客加冰魔等于无敌，不信是吧？开局先选猫刺客，因为猫刺客的飞镖可以自动巡回，非常适合子弹稀少的初期。接下来无脑选猎魔人，可以朝敌逼退前期小怪。如果刷到了大祭司，不要犹豫啊，就选他。大祭司的旋转电球能给敌人造成眩晕，减少我们的战斗压力。这时候如果再刷出一个冰魔，那就更恐怖了。冰魔能召唤冰霜巨魔参与战斗，共同于又给我方增加一名强悍的战斗力。最后只要刷出恶魔之子，那这把就稳赢了。恶魔之子不光擅长火焰技能，还能增加团队最大生命。只要集齐这几个英雄，就算遇到游戏领主也能轻松过关。不信你看，兄弟们，3秒一个领主，咱就说还有谁？
想輕鬆管理公司業務，增加銷量，拓展生意 ？Odoo 幫到你，無縫整合營運流程，重複工序輕鬆搞掂，準確分配人手，提升團隊效率。 集齊各種數據，全方位分析業務狀況，助你做好每一個決策，實踐生意大計，解鎖無限商機。Odoo， 你嘅商業好拍檔。
至於中華民國就從教育着手，喺1979年至到1984年間就先後發表咗常用國字標準字體表，又即係台灣人所謂嘅國字或者正體字。而1984年最後加入嘅異體國字字表就訂立咗台灣異體字嘅標準，目前嘅版本數量多達7萬個。但因為涉及自古以嚟所有唔同嘅字形，所以呢個數字其實都唔算誇張。例如教育個教字就有24個異體。呢啲喺台灣教育部網上嘅異體字字典就能夠好清楚咁查閱到。雖然中華民國政府並冇強制民間使用，但從1982年起就納入到小學同國中嘅教科書。之前韓國漢字嗰條片提到，民國政府只係廢除小學嘅漢字教育，到中學先至開始教，唔到30年就培育出完全唔識漢字嘅新世代。雖然我唔太清楚台灣嘅實際情況，但從韓國嘅案例嚟推斷，台灣40幾年嘅規範漢字教育，對使用異體字必然已經構成咗深遠嘅影響。另外，常用國字標準字體表，亦都直接衍生成最早制定嘅繁體中文字體，亦即係我哋香港人口中所謂嘅電腦字。就算係我作為成年人喺書寫上都已經深深受到呢啲電腦字嘅影響，例如係呢個女字。所以作為最早制定標準電腦字體嘅台灣，對社會嘅影響必然首當其衝。以我有限嘅認知，目前台灣仍然有招牌同人名係採用異體字，而50年嘅日治時代令到佢哋嘅文字運用更可能牽涉日文。如果有台灣嘅觀眾或者熟知台灣情況嘅朋友，就可以喺下邊留言分享一下當地嘅實際情況。至於香港點解會成為咗少數仍然常用異體字嘅地區，總括嚟講有2大因素：一係英國人150幾年嘅殖民統治之下，令到香港成為咗區內最和平嘅地區，喺呢度冇受到推翻滿清、內戰、大躍進、文革或者係台灣日佔、白色恐怖時代等嘅影響，被日本侵略嘅時間亦都係最短。而當時英國人已經文明咗一啲，已經冇咗好似以前咁進行文化大清洗，所以中國各地嘅人，包括知識分子都不斷逃難嚟到香港。文化同傳統喺香港呢個相對自由同和平嘅地區得以繼續承傳同發展。其二係港英政府冇強制性嘅漢字教育政策，但其實都唔係完全冇，只不過係冇強制啫。如果大家身處香港為人父母，都必然有聽過教育局制定嘅常用字字形表。事實上呢個表早到1986年就已經首次發表，多年嚟共修訂咗6次，而最新嘅版本都只係收錄咗4762個字。但佢長久以嚟都只係作指引性質。作為80後嘅我，就好明白當時嘅老師點樣教係按老師嘅背景而定。香港仔嘅老師同柴灣嘅老師所教嘅寫法已經唔同。我同太太細個所學嘅異體字同正體字嘅比例都唔一樣，有啲就佢學異體，我學正體，有啲就相反。咁樣嘅環境令到異體字喺香港可以一直咁樣持續發展。異體字基本上喺香港任何範疇都可以見到，例如 TVB 無線電視個線字，同埋港鐵告示請勿超越黃線嘅線字，都係從全嗰個線字嘅異體。不過其實無線嗰個線先係原字，相信大家從個發音都可以得知。從全嗰一個係漢代以前已經有嘅重文，後嚟就取代咗原字。匯豐銀行嗰個匯字都係異體，匯字從方部正寫放埋喺個方部入邊。頭先提過恒生銀行個恒字，恒香嗰個恒先係正寫。以前商場就好中意用呢個長字，例如置地廣場而家都仲用緊，但正體就應該係呢個長。冰室以前有時就會用呢個冰字，呢個係古代嘅俗字，但日本漢字就以呢個做正字。又例如係太平館餐廳招牌上邊個餐字，呢個係一個好罕有嘅異體字。較為常見嗰個版本應該係3點水。除咗日常用字之外，呢類作為名嘅例子喺香港街頭都好常見，尤其係舊區嘅大廈名、告示同招牌等等。有一個講法認為，香港以前嘅商戶製作招牌嘅時候，都會揾書法師傅嚟寫，有時為咗搶眼就會揀一啲唔太常用嘅書法異體字。 不過無可否認，近20年香港嘅異體字應用都正喺度大規模咁退潮。原因頭先都有略略提過，一係新一代嘅老師過度遵從教育局嘅常用字形表，喺教育上都開始慢慢咁出現咗規範而嚟嘅成果。喺上年初就睇到一個非常震驚嘅新聞，有個小學老師就指慈雲山嘅慈字係異體，翻查常用字形表，竟然係採用緊一個草花頭嘅寫法做證。其實呢個係一個極罕有嘅字形，喺中大嘅漢語多功入邊都只係顯示我哋常用嗰個慈字係正寫，草花頭嗰一個都只係喺其他嗰一欄嘅書法字形入邊睇到。原因大概係2點一畫嗰個係異體，香港就將所有相關嘅字統一咗。理論上草花頭其實比較合適，但原因就有啲長篇，呢個留喺會員片再講。更甚嘅係草花頭呢個詞字喺電腦根本打唔到出嚟，就連香港小學學習字詞表都用翻慣用嗰個詞字。提到電腦字，呢個亦都係另一個令到異體字喺香港逐漸消失嘅原因。而家招牌、告示、日常生活一般都改電腦字，正體字因為打唔到出嚟，就連我自己都學咗電腦字嘅寫法。例如細個嘅時候學到日常用麵包個麵、穿着個着、內裏個女，而家都變晒做台灣嗰個麵、着同埋女。好啦，今日條片都差唔多啦，今次真係做得好長，好多部分都簡化咗好多，有啲都可以再翻拆出嚟獨立詳細。例如係關於電腦字嘅制定同影響，其他嘅香港異體字應用例子，甚至係個強字係從思定係從口等等，呢啲都擇日再講，有拖冇欠。因住都係講多2句。咁多年嚟，唔少朋友都善意咁提醒我，要將標題上面嘅繁體中文改做正體中文。但一直以嚟，以我嘅認知，所謂嘅正體字其實係指台灣標準字。而我作為土生土長嘅香港人，用嘅繁體字的確同台灣嘅標準字有出入。所以我個人認為用正體一詞其實唔係太恰當。雖然個繁字可能有啲負面，但喺大家明白嘅前提之下，繁體中文確實係比較合適。最後再次多謝 Surfshark VPN 嘅贊助。如果大家有興趣，下邊就有晒詳細資料。好啦，如果大家對異體字呢個話題有咩睇法，或者資料上有咩補充，都請喺下邊留言同大家分享。希望你中意呢條片，如果你覺得條片 OK， 就請你撳一下 like、share、訂閱呢個頻道，同時撳埋個鐘仔，或者加入做會員。多謝你嘅收睇，下次再為你帶嚟另外嘅皮毛小知識。
You're never gonna guess what happened. Dex put a hit on me. I took a bullet.
As a product, LEGO is about one thing, assembly. That's why this instruction step is so surprising. Yeah, those are scissors. This LEGO piece in half. Why would LEGO include a step like this? And how many other LEGO sets require you to use scissors? Let's find out. This step is from the Technic Snowmobile set released in 2007 and requires one of these red corrugated pipes. This LEGO element is a hollow tube piece with ridges, and these ones in particular that span 14 studs in length are pretty rare, having only appeared in a total of 33 sets since 1998, of which only a handful of them come in red. So what's going on here, and why would LEGO ever ask a builder to cut a piece? Well, these corrugated pipes have been released in many different sizes over the years, from 2 stud long versions all the way up to 32 stud long versions. At the time that this set was released, LEGO had already been putting these parts in sets for several years, and was currently producing 7 stud long variants in a variety of colors. So why didn't they include 2 of these rather than cut a 14 stud pipe in half? Well, the problem is that LEGO had never made this length in red, and therefore LEGO decided the best course of action would be to add a piece that was double the length and ask builders to cut it in half to create these smaller pieces needed. This prevented LEGO from needing to incur the cost to produce a new color of this piece exclusively for this snowmobile set. This explains why most of the sets that feature these pipe pieces don't require scissors at all, such as the tow truck, which was released around the same time. This build comes with 4 of these pipes in black, which are directly placed onto the build, no cutting required. Nonetheless, there are other examples of LEGO cutting this piece, and they're a bit different. Just take a look at 2015's Race Truck set, which features a silver tube towards the back of the build. However, the piece that LEGO includes is actually too long, so LEGO included this instruction step telling builders to cut this piece to a very specific length and discard the rest. In fact, a similar step can be found in 2010's motorbike set on step 45, but this time you'll need to make this cut twice, and it's a very small amount to trim off each piece. The ending result looks and works great to connect the engine to the exhaust, but I'm sure this step caught a lot of LEGO fans off guard. It's particularly interesting that, unlike the snowmobile, which asked us to cut a piece into two and use both halves, these other steps ask builders to cut off a small portion, which is classified as scrap, and never used elsewhere in the build. I guess you could consider these scraps to be extra pieces, but with how rare these steps are, they're also a fun reward for discovering a set with such a rare step, since the vast majority of sets don't cut these pieces. Regardless, these aren't the only pieces that LEGO has forced builders to place between the blades of scissors. For example, check out the Seattle Space Needle set released in 2009. This set comes with 3 rigid hoses that each measure 24 studs long, which unfortunately is a little bit too long. I sure hope you have a pair of scissors lying around while building this set, because you'll need them. Builders will use this instructions page to measure the piece and give it a quick snip. Once again though, this raises the question of why not just use a shorter piece? These rigid hoses, just like corrugated pipes, have been released in all sorts of different sizes, ranging from 3 studs long to 66 studs long. But nonetheless, this wasn't adequate for this set. It seems that LEGO needed a very specific size for this particular build, so they reached for the scissors. One thing worth pointing out on all of these is the 1:1 scale on the side of each page. These graphics are super helpful anytime you're building a Technic set to ensure that you're using the correct piece, but in these steps, they're absolutely mandatory to make sure that you cut the piece to the correct size. If you cut a LEGO piece too short, it's game over. But it's not only pipes and hoses that LEGO has asked builders to cut. Back in 1989, LEGO began releasing the now legendary
Para realmente ser un grande, tienes que estar con la gente y no por encima de ella.
What would it sound like if we were to rotate regular polygons on the circle of fifths, and every time a vertex of the rotating polygon crosses over a note, that note gets played? The simplest regular polygon is an equilateral triangle, and on the circle of fifths, an equilateral triangle forms an augmented triad. That is, the root, the major third, and the sharp fifth, or augmented fifth. So when we rotate this triangle, we'll just get a series of augmented chords. If we rotate the triangle clockwise instead, we get the same chords just played in the opposite order, which is true for all of the polygons we'll be rotating. With a square, we get another symmetrical chord. A diminished seventh chord, which is just minor thirds stacked on top of each other. As the first shape where the vertices don't all land on notes at the same time. Before rotating this shape and listening to the results, take a guess as to what you think it will play. Pause the video if you want. When I first ran this, I was a bit surprised by the results. It's playing a chromatic scale, all 12 notes in ascending order.
我送幫你，龍小幫你，幫你全新私人貸款啦，幫你自主生活。
大家好，歡迎嚟到評交通系列，呢一個係巴士路線評價，我係 Tony。今日同大家嚟評價一條路線係機場巴士路線城巴嘅 A28。
Driving Empire is currently having a NASCAR livery contest, and I made my very own Carter the Car themed NASCAR livery, and I want you all to go vote for it. In order to vote for it, join the Driving Empire Discord and go to the submissions for the liveries, and from there you can find mine. It's bright blue, hard to miss, and you can vote for me to win. Driving Empire is currently having a NASCAR livery.
Tralala, tralalero, tralalero. Tralala, tra...
時大家搭地鐵大概都唔會望部車嘅目的地去邊，因為有9成9嘅機會你要進入上車，或者冇錯，呢條線就係火車東鐵線啦。歡迎收睇鐵路嘅頻道。
往羅湖列車現在
東鐵線由南至北，連接金鐘、羅湖同埋落馬洲。喺一般情況下，列車主要以2+1安排，每2班車去羅湖就會有1班去落馬洲。但係因為疫情嘅關係，羅湖同埋落馬洲支線管制站關閉，而家呢一類列車都會以上水做終點站嘅。但係雖然係咁，大部分喺上水清客嘅列車仍然會繼續去羅湖或者落馬洲站停泊，之後先至掉頭返市區或者車廠嘅。少部分就會停泊喺鄰近羅湖站嘅羅湖編組站，或者喺編組站以南嘅上水屠房側線。雖然而家唔提供過境乘客服務，咁但係列車仍然會開放俾職員同埋居住喺鄰近羅湖或者落馬洲站嘅村民去乘搭嘅。乘客需要到上水站1號月台車頭出示相關嘅證件登記。而喺春秋二祭期間，羅湖站亦都會開放俾市民去使。數目，日間部分時間就會出現去羅湖嘅列車。喺疫情之前，以上水為終點站嘅列車，主要會出現喺晚間羅湖同埋落馬洲管制站開放時間之後。列車喺上水清客之後，會吉車入羅湖同埋落馬洲站，接載抵港嘅乘客同埋車站職員出返嚟市區。羅湖編組站同埋屠房側線亦都會有吉車由本站開始載客服務，疏導繁忙時間龐大嘅客流。
往沙田列車現在到站，乘客請勿超越黃線。
沙田站係河東流車廠以南最近嘅一個車站。繁忙時間過後，部分返廠嘅列車都會以呢個站做終點站。沙田站開始接載乘客南行。除咗表定列車之外，一啲加班嘅子彈車亦都會由呢個站開始載客，疏導積聚喺大圍以南各站嘅乘客。除此之外，東鐵線每日往羅湖同埋金鐘嘅頭班車都係由呢個站開出嘅。可能有人會問，明明火炭站就喺車廠嘅隔離，點解返廠嘅列車會用沙田做終點站呢？實際上，進入河東流車廠嘅路軌喺進入火炭站之前已經分支出去。如果用火炭做終點站，列
車就要掉頭2次先至翻到入車廠啦。
无需下载3000款小游戏免费线上玩。
Investing can be daunting, but the pros see it differently. Among the noise,
賽事開始之前就會開始安排列車途經馬場站，直至散場嘅時候，可能有明眼人會發現，就算嗰日嘅賽事係跑馬地舉行，亦都會有途經馬場嘅列車。咁係因為沙田馬場嘅大電視亦都會直播跑馬地馬場嘅賽事，方便馬迷進行雙邊投注。咁但係列車班次會比沙田馬場賽馬日為少嘅。而家通常不曾經馬場嘅列車都會以大埔區或者上水為終點站，而為咗避免乘客搭錯車，而家已經冇北行列車以馬場為終點站，改為喺沙田站清客，然之後吉車前往馬場站，再開始接載乘客。以上簡單介紹咗唔同短途車嘅原因同埋時間，大家又有冇搭過呢啲短途車呢？歡迎喺下面留言。
这竟然是一道小学规律题，要求是2、3、5、7、10、15，把这个数填出来。那我们很多孩子拿到之后，这咋算？我们先看2到3，我发现是加上1；3到5，我发现是加上2；5到7，我发现也是加2，没有规律。那我们现在竖着看。2到10，我观察发现是乘上数字5；3到15也是乘上数字5。我们现在发现，那5乘5不就等于25，不就把它填完了吗？最后验证一下，7乘5应该是35，这里是32，所以不行。那怎么办？把它横式展开下来，也就是2、3、5、7，把它照抄。现在我们给它写成这样的一列。为什么写成一列？因为我们学校里面你会发现，他只学这种一列，学校里面是不教我们这种的，所以我们要把它展成我们学校里面学过的。那这样的话，我们再观察一下，你会发现2加3会等于5，3加5也不会等于7啊，所以这是我们隔项累加。比如说2加上5会等于下一个数7，3加7会等于下一个数10。5加10会等于下一个15，7加15不就等于22？然后我们自己验证一下，10加22刚好等于33，所以这个地方我们只能填上我们的23。这一题你。
It's point X. So. Don't get so okay. 特別兜。
各位觀眾朋友，你們好！明天是父親節，我們祝願各位父親節快樂，身體健康，家庭和睦。今集我們帶大家來到華明總站，乘搭9+70K 這條上世紀80年代起本區成長的循環。70K 現循環來往粉嶺、華明及清河，途經向華村、聯和墟、天平村、翠麗花園，回程亦繞經北區醫院及港鐵上水站。行車時間雖然較長，但車費卻非常便宜，同時也管經北區各主要屋苑、商場及市政設施的服務。70K 於1985年11月17日開辦，最初是來往上水及田心臨時房屋區，即現在的正覺蓮社學校，來回程繞經聯和墟及粉嶺火車站。1990年總站由田心臨時房屋區遷往華明，配合華明村入伙。1993年為配合鴨和路通車，改以循環線形式運作。 經掃管道路及新運路，以免與新開辦之273A 斗線重疊。2007年提升為全空調服務。2013年改來往粉嶺、華明及上水、清河。70K 至一條流水循環線，大多數乘客都是以短途乘坐方式，尤其是返放學時間，有較多學生使用。如需要由華明去清河，建議乘搭只需18分鐘車程的273A、270K 就需要43分鐘了。不過班次全日15至20分鐘一班，又能滿足到居民出行的需要呢？現時70K 由粉嶺、華明開出服務時間為每日5點40分至午夜12點30分，另有特別班次每日5點30分由清河單向開往粉嶺、華明。號白，我們準備上車，祝各位旅途愉快。
Well, yep, after crossing a middle section, it will actually collapse.
is Mandarin versus Cantonese. It may not seem obvious because there's over 85 million Cantonese speakers across the world, but what we are seeing is the very start of its suppression. For example, this is a screenshot from the app Douyin, which is China's version of TikTok. You may not be able to read what it's saying.
That says because of the languages. Because of language of cannot show penalty. But for 10 minutes penalty and can continue streaming.
But what you're looking at is a suspension given to a Cantonese streamer for, quote, using a language that cannot be recognized and is requesting them to speak Mandarin. Now, what is all this for?
Well, that is banned for 10 minutes.
It's for Hong Kong to lose its identity, to put it bluntly. After large-scale protests erupted in 2019 and 2020, the Chinese government tightened its grip on the region, enacting sweeping political reforms to pull Hong Kong further into its orbit. Part of that includes stricter control over the language. An assault on the Hong Kong identity includes an assault on Cantonese, with policies intended to force Mandarin into everyday life. The integration of Hong Kong into the CCP's centralized control is seen as necessary. The Chinese government aims to cultivate a
I might be
unified
in
Chinese
English
national
or
identity across
Cantonese
mainland Han-dominated China,
by
Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan,
not
and
in
Non-Han
the
regions.
Mandarin.
Nationalism, loyalty to the Chinese Communist Party, and a unified identity must come before regional identity. In the process of rooting out the pro-democracy groups and activists, they have begun forcing political uniformity on Hong Kong. This has recently focused even more on linguistic uniformity. It's important to mention here that Mandarin is by far the minority language still, with over 90% of people using Cantonese as their primary spoken language. If you look at this graph, you can see that Cantonese has basically not fallen at all, but Mandarin has almost doubled. Granted, I know this data is fairly old now, but it's the best we've got. What's important to understand though is that now, policy changes from Beijing have been more heavily disparity, and the fear with recent developments is that Mandarin will gradually take over as it has in other areas of the Chinese mainland. We know it's a risk because we've seen it play out before. Here's just a few examples. Shanghainese was once the language for the entire Yangtze region, and despite the fact it still has around 14 million speakers, the central government has actively been discouraging its use in schools since 1992. A 2012 survey by Shanghai's Academy of Social Sciences found just 4 in 10 school students in the city couldn't speak Shanghainese at all, while in the western region of Xinjiang, officials have banned the use of Uyghur in schools since 2017 in favor of Mandarin. In 2021, the CCP ended all Mongolian language education in Inner Mongolia, and in 2023, in some parts of Tibet, using Tibetan as the language of instruction has been banned too. Naturally, many think it eventually may be Hong Kong's turn, if it hasn't already slowly begun. So to understand this crackdown, we first have to look at why Cantonese is so central to China's Hong Kong question, and how government policy is aimed at suppressing it. China has, by some accounts, up to 300 mutually unintelligible languages from several different language families, and these are divided into many more dialects. A country the size of China is bound to have plenty of intersecting linguistic into many more dialects. A country the size of China is bound to have plenty of intersecting linguistic territories. Everything from mountains to rivers to deserts will play a role in a language continuum, and China's vast and varied geography made it so that linguistic diversity is the norm.
Language is also a fundamental part of identity, whether it be the language itself, the dialect, the accent, or any other linguistic markers. It's essential to understand how intertwined identity and language are. If you are the Chinese government and you want to bind together a country of over 1 billion people, a country consisting of a great number of ethnicities and languages, then pushing everyone under the umbrella of the supermajority Han Chinese allows you to do exactly that. Bring together a really diverse nation under one overarching identity, which is otherwise very difficult. The more homogeneous a society is, the easier it is to avoid internal conflict, establish a national identity, and to promote loyalty to the state. So constructing this concept of an overarching Han identity based on a standardized form of Mandarin, or as it's called in China, Putonghua, meaning common language, is fundamental to the centralized political system in China. But this has obviously come at the expense of other languages, and in turn, their cultures. Like I said before, the Chinese state has regulated language as a strategy of social and ideological control for decades, but has recently been ramping up this process against Cantonese in the past 2 decades or so. In July 2010, Chinese authorities asked the mayor of Guangzhou, a megacity that's the birthplace of Cantonese, to broadcast primarily in Mandarin on their main primetime and news TV programs instead of Cantonese, sparking protests with over 10,000 people. And in 2016, the dystopian film 10 Years, which depicted a Hong Kong that has Mandarin as the dominant language, was reportedly banned from Chinese public screenings at Beijing's behest. Of course, China is not really that unique in doing this. Opposition to any foreign influence, which is often referred to as nativism, is a widespread phenomenon that governments adopt to promote assimilation. In the US during the early parts of the 20th century, many states passed Americanization laws, mandating assimilation amongst the booming immigrant populations, with learning standardized American English typically being the top priority. This is something we've seen happen with Louisiana French, for example. In this case, and in the Chinese case, policies are genuinely repressive, aimed at forcing the population into adopting a unified identity, regardless of whether they want to or not. In Hong Kong, natives obviously have a deep connection to their native language of Cantonese. With its distinct grammar and tonal richness, Cantonese has always been part of the literary and artistic tradition of Hong Kong, from opera to film to music like cantopop. In many ways, Cantonese is the distinct symbol of the unique Hong Kong culture and identity. It's their soft power. But to China, this is something they've tried undercutting in a multitude of ways. For example, in 2014, a page on the Education Bureau's website on language learning support was found to have said that Cantonese is a Chinese dialect not considered an official language. Eventually, the Bureau removed the article and apologized for any misunderstanding caused by an ambiguous note on Cantonese. But then in 2018, a former official of the central government's State Language Commission issued an article stating that Hong Kong's official language should be Mandarin, rather than its mother dialect, Cantonese. Now, the problem with this is the demotion of Cantonese from the status of a language to a dialect, especially to one of Mandarin. By marking Cantonese as simply a dialect of Mandarin, or Putonghua, the CCP eliminates a crucial aspect of the Hong Kong identity. This is politically deliberate, of course. Labels have power. It's a political move to both present other languages to the world as dialects in order to create a unified China under one language. And because if
係蓬鬆飲好明顯嘅，好自然清新嘅感覺，做到鎖水保護個頭皮，同埋主動帶走多餘嘅頭皮油脂。
Petronas 嘅頭皮護理洗頭水，佢真係可以做到一個水油平衡嘅頭皮護理，等啲頭皮唔會太油，但又唔會太乾。
可以做到72小時持久，長時間都保持蓬鬆啊！為咗可以 hold 住個髮型啊，成日都會噴好多 spray 咯，而家噴少少 spray 咧已經可以 hold 住個髮型。
如果大家嘅頭髮好容易有異味啦，或者好容易頭痕嘅話咧，就可以用淨爽止癢液。如果頭髮好乾結嘅話，就可以用翻補水舒緩液。
As if they're dialects, they have the right to control all regions. Think about it too, right? Acknowledging that it's a different language means admitting that they may actually be different people, a Hong Konger instead of a Chinese. And this is obviously not what China wants. They don't just encourage you to identify yourself as Chinese, but impose penalties when you don't. In 2023, All Hong Kong's sports associations were told to include China in their official names, or risk losing their funding. But in the end, the reality is that Cantonese and Mandarin are worlds apart. Cantonese has 6 or 9 tones, depending on how you look at it, versus Mandarin's 4, so the pronunciations are completely different. It utilizes a slightly different grammar syntax and vocabulary, and even utilizes some characters not used in Mandarin. If you're wondering how this translates, it means the two languages are actually not mutually intelligible at all. If you're a Mandarin speaker, you will not understand Cantonese, and vice versa. It's like calling French a dialect of Spanish. It just wouldn't make sense. People there have also lived in what was essentially a Western liberal democracy for almost the entire 20th century. In 1997, the UK's 99-year lease of Hong Kong officially ended. The details of the handover had been officially ironed out over a decade earlier in 1984, when UK Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Chinese Premier Zhao Ziyang signed the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Part of this agreement included the One Country, Two Systems policy, which stated that Hong Kong would be their own special administrative regions, where basically the CCP's system would not be practiced, essentially allowing these regions to govern themselves how they saw fit, while still remaining part of the People's Republic of China. Hong Kong's capitalist economic system and democratic political system was meant to remain unchanged for 50 years, while foreign affairs would be handled by the central government in Beijing. This was Hong Kong's basic law, and at various points since 1997, locals have let it be known when they believed it wasn't being respected. Democracy activists that felt that Hong Kong basic law had been broken, whether it was due to violations of their universal suffrage or other aspects of their autonomy, began protesting. Mass demonstrations occurred in 2014, then again in 2019 after a controversial extradition law sounded the alarm for those fearing the erosion of Hong Kong's legal system. Of course, back in 1984 of the handover, as over 1 million people emigrated between 1984 and 1997, before the handover had even been completed. But for those that remained, Beijing's centralized authoritarian rule began seeping into their lives, leading to these mass protests. In 2020, Beijing passed a new national security law, giving it broad new powers to punish critics and crush dissent, changing Hong Kong life forever and ushering in a new phase of more centralized rule. The 50-year period that China had promised Hong Kong was nowhere near complete. In March 2024, Hong Kong lawmakers passed Article 23, another piece of security legislation that reinforces China's control over the rights and freedoms of the Hong Kong people. Outside of the numerous arrests of journalists and pro-democracy activists, and the suppression of free speech, these changes have included a crackdown on the use of the locals' native tongue. It's important to note that Mandarin gained popularity in Hong Kong following the handover in 1997 as the mainland began integrating economically and politically. But in recent years, the changes have been significant. 2021 was the first year that more than half of Hong Kong could speak Mandarin since the handover. It's even finding its way into the government. In January 2022, 3 of the 90 people elected to the Legislative Council of Hong Kong took the oath of office in Mandarin. One of them, Dong Sun, who was elected to be the Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry, became the first holder of a Hong Kong ministerial post whose primary language is the standard form of Chinese. The acceleration of Mandarin has been occurring in various parts of everyday Hong Kong life, with perhaps the most important being in the domain of education. Granted, always inevitable. I'm not here saying Hong Kong should not be learning any Mandarin, because doing so is extremely economically useful as Hong Kong becomes more integrated with China. But the issue is how it's done. Andrew Lok Hung Chan, an exiled head of a now defunct Hong Kong group that promoted Cantonese, has spoken about how the current trend is the Chinese government wanting to replace Cantonese education with Mandarin, ensuring future generations have less of an attachment to the regional language. This is different from promoting bilingualism with some Mandarin classes. For the most part, schools are allowed to choose their language of instruction, with most choosing Cantonese since it allows their students to flourish by learning through their mother tongue. A shift to Mandarin could mark a huge change for the city if implemented, and there's already reports of schools using Mandarin instead of Cantonese to teach Chinese in Hong Kong. While in Guangdong, there's even been a number of newspaper reports about students in Guangzhou being punished for Cantonese in school and even outside the classroom. One elementary school in the Yueshio district reportedly requires students to speak Mandarin not only in classes but also during their spare time, and threatens to deduct points from their records if they fail to comply.
A 2020 report from the Chinese Education Ministry summarized these goals perfectly, where they stressed the importance of, quote, vigorously promoting the common national language and script, building a harmonious language life, and enhancing language and national identity. That vigorous promotion, for many in the Western world, may seem heavy-handed, if not authoritarian, and there is a reason for the aggressive approach to Mandarin promotion.
Is pricing change really a multi-quarter project? With ChargeBee, you can launch new pricing in minutes, not months. Experiment, iterate, and find out what works quickly. Unlock a lifetime of subscriber growth and retention with ChargeBee.
What makes Crimson different? What makes Crimson different?
What makes Crimson different?
What makes Crimson different is that we use a team-based approach.
So you're not just working with one person who has a wealth of experience and knowledge about how to apply to college and what to do in every kind of challenging, difficult situation, but you also have an extracurricular expert who helps you with all of your activities, and that's their sole job, is to build up your extracurricular profile. You have another expert who is there just to help you with those all-important essays. You have the strategists, of course, that oversee everything, make sure everything comes together and really speaks to you and your narrative and who you are.
And then, of course, the ECL mentor, which will help the student with the capstone project. And with this team-based approach, we're really able to make sure that the students are all successful and that there's someone who is committed to each of the application materials.
I have worked at a different admissions company before, which was great, but there weren't even a fraction of the number of resources and connections to be made. And everyone is willing to help out. So if I have a student who's interested in mental health, there will be someone else who's interested in that too, and let's team them up together.
I think the other thing that's really great is that you have access to a community of other Crimson students. So, I have students who were going to college last year who wanted to connect with some people so that they weren't going into their universities not knowing anyone. So we have a community of students that you can meet with and join and have access to throughout your high school process and right before college as well.
Everybody that I've talked to in Crimson is so student focused. They really care deeply about their students, and I feel like everybody has this growth mindset. They're always wanting to learn more. They're always wanting to know more about the application process and how to best support their students. If you like this video and you want to learn more about college life and colleges and universities, subscribe below.
And if you want to learn more about Crimson and if it's right for you, click one of the links below to talk to one of our great academic advisors.
The legal pressure to integrate Mandarin into Hong Kong education came on the heels of the so-called Freedom Generation protests in 2014 and again in 2019. A survey by the Hong Kong Public Research Institute in December 2020 found that among its respondents aged 18 to 29, only 4% consider themselves Chinese nationals. That's a serious issue for Beijing. Mandarin isn't exactly suppressed in Hong Kong, so suppressing Cantonese is basically only necessary for Beijing's policy of promoting a national identity and language. Beyond the educational policies, a natural language shift is also occurring in Hong Kong. A tourism boom occurred after 1997, with mainland Chinese visiting the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, meaning tourism-related commerce encouraged some of the increase in Mandarin use. A typical phenomenon seen with natural language shift is the increase in Shuangfei children, which are children born in Hong Kong whose parents are both from the mainland. This increases the number of native Mandarin speakers in the younger generations, which has a significant impact over time. Outside of this natural language shift caused by demographic changes and the education policies we discussed, the prevalence of Mandarin in commerce and government contexts is only going to increase. Mastering Mandarin for employment is a driving factor behind the Mandarinization of Hong Kong. There is simply too much business to be done on a daily basis between mainland China and the now integrated Hong Kong economy, and it will only get stronger, meaning Mandarin proficiency will...
Don't
Pig Reaper scythe at the beginning. If you get it from a treasure chest, you might just be cursed. Sure, it can deal massive critical damage, but it swings like a sloth and slows down your progress in the early game. If you get the beam staff, now that's some amazing luck. It can shoot penetrating beams that auto-target enemies, dealing that.
Hello world, let me give you a guided tour of our platform. So first things first, let's load up Creative. Here you can find your existing files and folders if you have any. Click the new design button and here we can select our desired size. Let's pick a display ad size. Next, we choose a template to start with.
I know you think dollar is number one, right? Wrong. But at least it's not South Korean won, shaped like a fork or a really weird Wi-Fi symbol. Either way, it's not a good slide. You drop in thinking this is going to be fun. 2 tall slides, clean start, and then it hits you. This thing has a whole vertical line in the middle. 1 is number 10 on this list because you don't slide, you collide. Your knees buckle, your body folds like a ramen lid, and you become a cautionary tale. Number 9, Indian rupee. The rupee is basically a slide designer's unfinished homework. Let's start with the entry. Oh wait, there isn't one. Instead, you're greeted with what are essentially 2 overhanging diving boards. If you can figure out a way to actually get to the slide, well done. You've just signed yourself up for a guaranteed full body cast. You start sliding, and before it's even been 2 seconds, you're ejected off the side of a skyscraper. If you want to keep your bones intact, however, try the baby slide on the other side. Looks cool on cash, slides like a broken percentage sign. Number 8, British pound. You'd expect royalty from the pound. Instead, you get a sassy, top-heavy weapon of shin destruction. The slide begins with promise. A strong vertical spine, elegant hooks, but then the curvature kicks in. And suddenly, you're getting slammed into the middle bar, falling off and breaking your neck. The shape is fancy, the ride is violent. You'll leave the slide with a British accent and a lifelong limp. Number 7, Japanese yen. This is less of a slide and more of a glorified fly trap. It's got a clean top, smooth descent, symmetrical design. It's got structure, like it's been tested in a wind tunnel. However, you slide down the long stem and get greeted by a sharp angle and no way to escape. Not only are you stuck in the middle forever, but now your shins are also next to your ears. Japan, great for making video games and cameras, not so much for slide creation. Number 6, Vietnamese dong. This is not a slide. This is a weapon disguised as a lowercase letter. For you daredevils out there, which I know you are, you choose to jump off the ledge and drop into the curved belly of the D. You're enjoying the curve as you glide round, possibly also doing a loop if you have enough speed. Only reason this isn't number 1 is because once you're in there, you can't get back out. At least you don't get hit in the dong is extreme, but also eternal imprisonment. Number 5, Euro. The Euro slide is all about balance, so let's rotate it 90 degrees to the left. Now you've got the big C curve on the outside, which gives you speed, control, and style points. But then the 2 crossbars, they exist only to end lives. You'll be halfway down the beautiful, sweeping arc, and bam, caught in the ribs and stopped like a sack of potatoes. It's like riding a roller coaster, except someone jammed 2 swords through the tracks. Stylish, yes. Stable, emotionally, no. Number 4. Turkish lira. The Turkish lira looks like a musical note that's been sharpened for combat. There's a right and wrong way to use this slide. The wrong way would be starting at the very top. You start on a steep vertical drop,
Nice, fast, full send, but then you hit the 2 diagonal crossbars and they don't guide you, they shred you. Instead, try scaling your way down to the end of the horizontal bar on the right. Now, slap your goggles on as you majestically swan dive off the ledge. After a brief freefall, you're greeted by a landing ramp which hurtles your body left and impales you into a horizontal wall. Hey, I never said you survive any of these slides. Ride them at your own risk. Number 3, US dollar. This one is iconic for a reason. The S-curve gives you that classic momentum, and the vertical slash adds the thrill of imminent impalement. It's the Disneyland of currency slides. If there was a chance of dying on Thunder Mountain, everyone's been on it, and everyone walks away slightly bruised but ready to do it again. You can ride the front curve, you can ride the back, you can go straight down the middle and pray. It's got options. It's dangerous in a nostalgic way. The dollar doesn't try to kill you, it just lets the free market do it instead. Number 2, Canadian dollar. This isn't just a slide, it's a 2-part roller coaster with passport privileges. You launch off the top C, gaining speed like a polite missile. Then, immediately shoot out the exit as you Tony Hawk pro slider your way into the transition of the S-curve of the dollar sign. It's fast, stylish, and it's built for maximum airtime. The only downside is the vertical bar through the dollar sign, which may separate you from your limbs, but just ignore that. Number 1, Bitcoin.
一定係活著著 bring 晒佢哋入嚟。一定係活著得。成日帶晒佢啲班嘢入嚟。
我破繭成蝶，願和你相飛，最怕你會一去不回。相信大家呢幾日都關注緊蝴蝶到底會飛去邊度呢？強烈熱帶風暴蝴蝶星期五喺雷州半島一帶登陸，同佢相關嘅強風區亦都會逐漸靠近珠江口一帶。
而按照現時嘅預測路徑啦，我哋預計咧蝴蝶咧會逐漸咁轉向東北方向移動啦。而聽日日間啦，佢就會喺雷州半島附近登陸，之後咧佢會橫過廣東廣西嘅交界一帶啦。而同佢相關嘅強風區啦，有機會喺聽日稍後時候啦開始影響住珠江口一帶。咁呢一區啦有狂風驟雨。咁而我哋天文台啦會視乎蝴蝶嘅強度啦，同香港嘅距離啦，同埋本地風力變化啦，喺聽日下晝啦評估需唔需要改發3號強風信號。咁而另一方面啊，喺雷達圖啦，我哋都可以見到啦一啲同蝴蝶相關嘅狂風驟雨啦，咁啊影響住廣東沿岸地區。
天文台表示，隨住蝴蝶喺華南內陸逐漸減弱，預料本地嘅風力會喺星期日稍後逐步緩和。大家出門口都記得要帶遮，做好防風措施啦。
中文字嘅演變歷史源遠流長，但唔少嘅字形都已經變到偏離咗造字原意。Hello， 大家好，我係 Brian。今次皮毛小知識就會同大家介紹一啲更符合漢字造字本意嘅日本漢字。如果你係第一次接觸我哋嘅 channel， 皮毛小知識主要係介紹有實用甚至到冇用嘅冷知識或者流行文化。如果有興趣，不妨訂閱我哋或者加入會員。Let's get started。今次呢條片係由 Surfshark VPN 所贊助。漢字嘅演變最少可以回溯幾千年，由甲骨文、金文、篆書、隸書、楷書，再到現代港台嘅規範政治。漢字可以話係有翻天覆地嘅演變。
and shapes learners' knowledge, understanding, and skills. Because curiosity starts in the classroom, and teachers have the ability to unlock learners' potential, encouraging them to explore further and spark interest that last a lifetime. The best lessons they teach have a lasting impact far beyond the classroom. Together, we help learners become reflective and innovative, and gain the confidence to embrace new information, ideas, and challenges, who are engaged intellectually and socially, and responsible and respectful of others. Together we open doors to a world of opportunities, giving learners the confidence they need to thrive and make a positive impact. Ready to shape the future. Ready for the world.
想輕鬆管理公司業務，增加銷量，拓展生意 ，Odoo 幫到你。無縫整合營運流程，重複工序輕鬆搞掂。準確分配人手，提升團隊效率。集齊各種數據，全方位分析業務狀況，助你做好每一個決策，實踐生意目標。解鎖無限商機 ，Odoo 你嘅商業好拍檔。
我哋就先由日本現今嘅年號令和嘅令字開始。畫面入面呢個係日本漢字嘅寫法，下半部同我哋而家常用嘅寫法有明顯嘅差異，但其實呢個先係更符合字義嘅寫法。令係一個好古老嘅字，甲骨文時期已有，到秦代編定嘅小篆體仍然都沿用住相似嘅字形。漢代說文解字，令發號也，從口節，字形分成上下兩部分。 上面嘅口代表向下張開口，下面嘅節就係跪低嘅人形嘅側面，意會咗在上位者張開口向跪低嘅人發號施令，本意係命令。令字由隸書演變到楷書嘅時候，最後嗰一直就變成咗一點，兩個寫法同時存在咗一段好長嘅時間。係乜嘢係異體字嗰條片入邊都有提過，古人對異體字冇明確嘅規管同定義。宋代嘅時候就流行寫成重點。 但清代康熙字典又選用咗從前嘅古老字形，不過現代港台嘅規範字政策就完全排除咗從前嘅寫法，令到字理不明。而家日本仍然同時保留住兩個寫法，但官方就以從前為規範標準。延伸相關字形嘅字就仲有畫面入邊呢幾個。另外，命同令古時本來係同一個字，後嚟先分拆成兩個字。命字亦都附加咗新嘅意義。 但有趣嘅係，名字下半部就保留咗更古老從前嘅寫法。調查個查字，中文就寫成上木下旦，而日文就係上木下斜。呢個字雖然都相當古老，但作為考察、調查嘅意思，其實去到相對近代嘅明清時代先至出現。查字嘅結構原本係左右排，說文解字揸、木閒、從木且升。 本意係木蘭，水入邊嘅浮木或者木筏。古時揸字又衍生出上下排嘅茶，更加多個木字部嘅茶。木字部加個茶又易睇成木字部加個叉。雖然呢四個字字義有輕微差異，但古時某程度上可以交替使用。而上下排嘅寫法又會特別用喺地名同姓氏。大約去到宋代，且開始寫咗成為旦，再逐漸取代原字，變成咗而家嘅寫法。 不過茶本來係形聲字，從木且升，喺發音上應該都好明顯，所以且變成咗旦，就失去咗造字原意。日本漢字就將呢個更符合字義嘅形態保留咗落嚟。除咗一個漢字喺唔同國家有唔同寫法之外，好多全球性嘅服務喺唔同國家都有唔同嘅收費。好似我住喺澳洲，買乜嘢都比其他國家貴。例如用緊嘅雲端服務，每個月就差唔多要俾多20蚊港紙。 Surfshark VPN 就能夠克服地域性限制，令我虛擬咁身處喺另一個國家，用一個平啲嘅價錢 嘅時候就演變出好多種寫法，最終幕布就同下邊嗰一畫連埋咗一齊，令到現今嘅字形無法解釋。而日本漢字就沿用住更符合字義嘅小篆形態。呢個字形延伸嘅日本漢字就仲有呢幾個。不過事實上喺明代嘅傳承字形同印刷用嘅明體，又曾經一度復興咗古老嘅小篆寫法。所以喺一啲使用明體嘅印刷本上邊，都可能偶然會見到呢個直字嘅蹤影。明體電腦字形亦係點解而家有時會喺電腦入面見到呢啲古字形嘅原因。明體宋體呢個話題都好有趣，日後有機會再講。真字嘅字形都大致相似，真同樣係甲骨文已有嘅古字，但演變過程就冇咁線性。按唔同時代加插新意思而更改咗字。有冇乜嘢就各個字符又因為唔同嘅原因而改變咗形態，最終就成為咗而家咁嘅樣。但超簡化嚟講，金文時期中間嗰部分係頂或者背，下邊嘅基代表承載物件嘅基座，原本用嚟表示珍貴，後嚟再假設成真假嘅真，最終仲取代埋原字義。到小篆嘅時候就寫成咁，演變大概都係同直字一樣，因為古文背有時會簡化成木，木部同樣係同後面嗰部分連埋咗一齊，同樣係喺明體嘅時候曾經一度復興，同樣都係日本漢字一直保留住較為古老嘅形態。而工具個具字就比較簡單直接，又同真字嘅脈絡相似。具甲骨文嘅時候從頂從拱，意會咗雙手捧住個頂，本意係準備。古文嘅演變頂有時會簡化為背，背有時又會簡化為木。隸書嘅時候開始出現上下相連嘅寫法，到楷書基本上已經完全定型成現代嘅形態，同樣係上下相連咗造成字理不通。中意睇日本恐怖片嘅朋友對跟住呢個字一定唔會陌生。左邊係中文，右邊係日文。詛咒嘅咒係一個比較新嘅字，而家中文嘅寫法就更加係好近代先出現。日本嘅形態先至係原始字形。咒字雖然早到先秦時代嘅典籍已經有寥寥幾個嘅運用，但由漢代嘅說文解字以至往後唐代嘅幹錄字書等嘅字書都冇收錄喺其中。呢個咒字其實係由祝字分拆出嚟嘅字，原本表示祝禱、禱告，而祝就係甲骨文已有嘅古字。四部象形神主牌，右邊嘅興原本寫成上口下節，頭先睇令字嘅時候都提過，節係跪低嘅人嘅形態，上邊加多個口就係跪低嘅人向天開口向神禱告。祝字後嚟演變出從言旁同從口旁嘅兩個形態，因為禱告都可以係請求神明降災俾其他人，所以分拆出嚟嘅咒字後嚟就多用於詛咒。至於字形上，就算去到清代嘅康熙字典，都仍然只係收錄口部嘅版本。現代嘅咒字大約係明清時代先至。
呢隻死嘢仲走入嚟，出快！邊隻啊？嗰隻黑白貓就係喺邊啊？匿埋喺個櫃底。 就蝕咗嗰度，蝕咗嗰度。再揀你捉死佢俾你。等你仆街自己腳。
is your attack? Speed so fast?
You don't understand anything. Get lost.
I'm going to report you. How is your drop? Rate so high?
You don't understand anything. Get lost.
I'm going to report you. How do you level up so fast?
You can boost your chances from the very beginning. Starting out, I recommend pressing the lucky button. That way you get better weapons. No good weapon? Don't worry. Level up to boost your chances. In less than a day, stronger gear waits. What are you waiting for? Luck is waiting for you.
I'm going to report you. How is your attack? Speed so fast?
You don't understand anything. Get lost.
I'm going to report you. How is your drop? Rate so high?
You don't understand anything. Get lost.
I'm going to report you. How do you level up so fast?
You can boost your chances from the very beginning. Starting out, I recommend pressing the lucky button. That way you get better weapons. No good weapon? Don't worry. Level up to boost your chances. In less than a day, stronger gear waits. What are you waiting for? Luck is waiting for you. Play lucky. Guy now.
網友早晨啊，我係鄺俊宇。今日係2025年6月14號禮拜六啊。今次同各位網友一齊講講香港各大最新嘅時事熱話。咁啊，先講講呢有關天氣嘅情況啦。個颱風咧怪怪地嘅，咁啊據報咧吹係吹唔應㗎啦。不過咧估計帶嚟嘅大雨咧就特別之多。咁啊講緊咧佢咧已經首度登陸㗎啦，因為呢個颱風咧將會係2度登陸㗎喎。咁啊最新嗰個嘅消息如何呢？同各位一齊講講。咁啊，另邊廂亦都講講香港各大最新嘅時事熱話。講到開始前記得撳訂閱，免費訂閱鄺俊宇嘅頻道，睇廣告越長係對鄺仔最大嘅支持啊！衷心多謝各位老友記。出嚟嘅最新就話咧，禮拜六即係今日晏晝咧就會評估啊，需唔需要咧係改發3號風球㗎？內文提到1號戒備信號現正生效。天文台喺今日6月14號凌晨0時就話啦，蝴蝶咧就已經喺海南島西部沿岸登陸啊！咁啊，與其相關嘅颱風驟雨正在影響廣東沿岸㗎。咁啊，預料咧蝴蝶啊喺早上大部分時間與本港保持約500公里或以上嘅距離啊。咁啊，1號戒備信號至少維持到今日中午啊。咁啊，按照喺雷州半距離喺咁啊預料。一睇個風咧就未必會上8號風球㗎啦，咁啊3號風球咧都悶悶地，咁啊據報今日晏晝咧天文台會再度評估㗎，不過咧因為呢個風咧就2度登陸㗎，會幾煩下，因為佢咧帶嚟嘅雨帶咧就會影響周邊嘅地區，咁啊未知道個大驟雨咧有幾時殺到喎，咁啊聽日就父親節，咁啊若然撞埋大驟雨嘅話咧，就擔憂啊香港嗰啲嘅餐廳嘅生意咧可能又會受到影響嘅喎。咁啊，唔知各位網友點睇啦？咁不過呢，咁啊，另外亦都講呢單消息啊。根據劇一個報道，尖沙咀有個33歲嘅男子喺家中暈倒㗎。咁啊，朋友報警送院啊，可惜回天乏術㗎。喺尋日6月13號傍晚約5點41分，咁啊，警方接獲報警㗎，話懷疑啊，佢嘅姓黃33歲。咁啊喺尖沙咀嘅緬甸台3至5號恒星樓嘅住所裏邊暈倒㗎。咁啊人員接報趕抵，發現事主陷於昏迷啊。咁啊由救護車送往伊利沙伯醫院搶救過後，證實死亡㗎。咁啊警方係會安排驗屍，確定死因。以上嚟自 HK 嘅報導，願死者安息啊！咁啊講緊呢個男子咧年紀好輕嘅啫喎，33歲啊！咁啊未知點解喺屋企暈倒再猝死㗎？咁啊有關嘅情況有待調查啊！咁啊另外亦都講呢單消息啊，根據 HK 嘅報導啊，咁啊中半山星域軒嘅單位咧懷疑遇涉㗎。咁啊80幾歲嘅婦人嘅櫃桶裏邊啊有10萬蚊現金咧係不翼而飛嘅喎。內文提到啦，港島金鐘中半山懷疑發生涉案㗎。咁啊，尋日6月13號中午約12點鐘，星街9號星域軒一個姓吳80歲嘅女住戶呢，就發現佢啊放於櫃桶裏邊嘅10萬蚊現金不翼而飛。咁啊懷疑呢俾人偷走嘅喎。佢嘅朋友呢，聽到呢個消息過後呢，代為報警。咁啊警方經初步調查，將案件暫列盜竊處理喎。以上嚟自 HK 嘅報導，又會咁奇怪嘅？咁啊，擺10萬蚊現金喺個櫃桶裏邊不翼而飛。咁啊，現場有冇俾人呢？即係搜掠嘅痕跡呢？咁啊，報導裏邊就冇提到啦。咁啊，會唔會係熟人所為呢？暫時未知，有待調查。
晒自己，敷 mask 嘆杯咖啡，睇出好戲。梳化點自坐，仲要識得望我麼？靠下貓睇下書聽下歌，身心放鬆真心不錯。梳化點自坐，仲要識得望我麼？攤低打機啱晒我，成梳化點自坐。
咁啊，另外咧，亦都講講有關大富豪重開喎。咁啊，根據 HK 嚟一個報導啊，咁啊，大富豪開張啊，咁啊，佢咧係放棄夜總會嘅模式㗎。咁啊，諗住咧主攻啊高端消費。 咁啊，包廂唱 K 啊，咁啊貴 K 場2倍嘅喎。咁啊，大富豪 CEO 啊，少子啊，香港人啊，有錢冇掟使喎。咁啊，內文提到啦，尖東大富豪啊，喺今日6月14號。改名喎，叫做大富豪啊 ，Big Boss Generation 噶。不過咧就唔係昔日嘅大富豪，咁啊重開嘅大富豪咧係捨棄夜總會嘅經營模式，咁啊主打商務或宴會包場、咖啡室、酒吧同埋包廂唱 K 噶。咁啊行政總裁李建文解釋，咁啊沿用大富豪呢個名，咁啊再邀請埋咧前 AV 天后蒼井空出席剪彩。咁啊，只係為咗突顯兩代大富豪嘅傳承關係。咁啊，新大富豪酒吧區入場費最低300蚊，包2杯飲品。咁啊，包廂連酒水人均1000幾蚊㗎。咁啊，若果翻查區內嘅卡拉 OK 嘅價目表，咁啊唔計加一服務費嘅話咧，咁啊 Red Mister 嘅紅人派對尖沙咀店啊，12個人至15個人嘅 VIP 房間，最低消費係6300蚊。人均只需要420蚊至525蚊，咁啊，即係咧大富豪嘅包廂收費咧仲要高過佢咧2倍以上喎。咁啊 CEO 李建文認為啊，係有錢冇掟使啊。咁啊，經濟學者李兆波就話，內地娛樂場所同樣以合家歡嘅模式提供食玩買一條龍㗎。咁啊，人力同埋租金成本較香港低，更具競爭力啊。不過，深圳嘅娛樂場所受到經濟下行所影響，咁啊顧客量仍然下跌㗎。加上半年前啊進駐香港嘅新加坡私人會所1880啊，都喺上個月月底宣布執笠。咁啊，新大富豪嘅營運呢，具有一定嘅挑戰。咁啊，大富豪咧闊別尖東13年㗎，將會喺6月14號啊喺原址捲土重來㗎。咁啊，行政總裁李建文開幕前呢就接受01嘅訪問表示，咁啊不會採用夜總會嘅模式經營㗎。咁啊定位高端消費模式，就話啦，夜總會咧就已經過時㗎啦。我哋依家嘅模式，咁啊做法咧係二房東嘅角色喎。咁啊，李建文又透露新大富豪嘅總投資額達到9位數字㗎。咁啊改為咧老少咸宜嘅綜合型娛樂場所。咁啊，接近24小時嘅營業，咁啊超過5萬尺嘅面積，涵蓋咧多項嘅娛樂餐飲服務啊，家長可以為小朋友搞生日派對喎。咁啊，相對嘅報告，咁啊講緊咧大富豪啦，無數呢咁啊嘅香港經內唔知各位港鐵拉咗一個76歲嘅老翁喎，內問題。咧就有啲興趣啊，真係，即係可能咧，揾一日咧過去睇下先，飲杯咖啡都好啊，係咪？咁啊，唔知各位網友點睇呢？不妨留個言傾下偈。另外亦都講本地消息喎，根據 HK 嘅報道港鐵尖東站列車15歲嘅少女遭到偷影裙底㗎，咁啊同行嘅阿哥咧報警拉咗一個76歲嘅老翁喎。內文提到港鐵尖東站發生偷拍案。咁啊，尋日6月13號晏晝近3點鐘，警方接獲一個男子報警，話佢嘅15歲嘅細妹喺屯馬線往烏溪沙方向嘅列車裏邊懷疑被一個陌生男子偷影裙底。警員趕抵調查過後拘捕一個76歲姓周嘅老翁，佢涉嫌非法拍攝或觀察私密部位，正被扣查㗎。咁啊，消息話當時受害少女同個阿哥一齊搭車，其他乘客發現有人偷影過後係立即通知佢哋㗎。咁啊，再揭發事件，咁啊，警方跟進當中㗎。以上嚟自 HK 嘅報導，76歲嘅老翁偷影15歲嘅少女嘅裙底咁啊，據報斷正嘅係其他嘅乘客幫手報料㗎。咁啊，而家就報咗警，警方跟進當中。我亦都講呢個事故又爆鹹水管根據佢嘅報導，
青龍街爆鹹水管
爆裂㗎。咁啊，水柱直衝10米途人經過係要擔遮㗎，擋水離開喎。內文提到荃灣發生爆水管事故，咁啊，尋日6月13號11點幾，川龍街123號行車路邊嘅地底一條6寸直徑鹹水管突然爆裂咁啊，多人報警求助㗎，水務署又要派員處理喎。 就現場所見啊，水柱高度直衝大約10米㗎。警員需要封路㗎，途人行經現場嘅時間呢，都要擔遮嘅喎。以上嚟自 HK 呢個報道，近排好似度度都爆水管嘅喎。今次咧就到荃灣啊，據報咧水柱直衝10米㗎，多位途人報警啊。多謝各位，尤其是願意睇晒廣告嚟支持礦仔嘅老友記啊！呢段時間繼續勤力拍片，同大家緊貼香港各大時事消息。我係礦仔，我哋下節短片繼續傾偈。
打鐵價升值其實有啲咩方法嘅咧？原因有幾種嘅。第一，均值回歸 regression to the mean， 呢個叫做流動翻去一個平均數嘅啫。打劫價咧喺股票市場嚟講咧係太過平嘅股票，其實只係需要 by statistic 一種統計學回歸翻市場嘅均值，其實已經可以有好大嘅升幅㗎啦。除咗 regression to the mean 之外咧，你仲係可以做value return 價值回歸，即係咩咧？突然間你係發現咧，即係市場就同你講，哇，原來間公司咁好賺㗎，原來間公司咁多 cash 㗎，哇，又唔爭人錢㗎，咁啊，不過升咗啲人。
Peppa Pig characters as humans. Evie as a human.
我所看的未来，它里面描绘的7月5号的海啸真的会发生吗？作者又要出新书了，他又梦到什么的景象吗？其实真正的危机是藏在你我看不到的地方。前阵子，全球各地都侦测到了奇怪的地震讯号，而且很特别哦。这种地震波每隔90秒就来重复一次，什么原因呢？在最近，科学家掀开惊人的内幕，居然是远在极地的格陵兰发生了200公尺高的巨型海啸。极端天气导致冰河融化，那是多大的威力可以卷出200公尺高的海啸呢？
我想我所预见的未来呢，因为他说可能7月5号会有大海啸在日本一带附近发生，引发大灾难。那7月5号距离现在可能就也不到1个月，所以其实随着日子越来越近，大家也就越来越惶恐，而且这个事情已经上纲到日本政府都相当重视，所以这个事情现在感觉有一点变得一发不可收拾。那目前呢，这个。
你喂咗貓未啊？你喂貓未啊？喂？我問你喂咗貓未啊？咁你喺度做乜嘢啊？我叫你喂貓啊，即刻過嚟！ 家喺邊啊？我問你而家你喺邊啊？你老師打咗嚟㗎，佢哋話佢唔會等你㗎，叫你直接翻屋企啦。點解唔等你？你要約咗人哋8點㗎，而家幾點啊？咁你全部等呢一個啊？你而家喺邊啊？你搭翻車翻嚟啊！學校話咗唔等你啦，人哋已經出發啦。乜嘢出去啫？我叫你翻嚟你就翻嚟啦，學校都話唔等你咯。你約咗人哋8點，你8點半先翻到學校，你狗公啊！人哋要出去賣旗㗎，成寨人等你一個啊！你而家搭翻回頭車翻嚟啊，落車聽唔聽到啊？學校打咗電話俾我啦。落咗車未啊？你咁多鐘落車未啊？你而家去咗邊啊？咩啊？你落車翻嚟啊？人哋學校講咗話唔等你啦，人哋已經出發啦。頭先人哋啱啱打電話俾我啊，佢問阿余子樂有冇出門口啊？我話佢唔知醒啊，我叫咗佢唔起身啊。跟住佢話啱咁既然佢咁你叫佢唔好翻嚟啦。啊！我哋要出發㗎啦，我哋唔等佢啦咁。你唔好再走翻學校啊！你唔好再俾我知道你走翻學校啊！你落車未啊？羅和街。去咗邊啊？你識唔識搭車翻嚟啊？落咗未啊？
細菌、異味、痕癢。
得啦，我時間打俾你。
我揀 Codex 草本。
Motors rely on magnets and coils pushing and
落車未啊？咁我頭先叫你餵貓，你話好嘅？即係你講大話啦，你自己走咗出去啦。咁今朝點解你較7點鬧鐘你唔行出門口啊？你而家先出？落未啊？ 而家去到邊啊？我問你而家去到邊啊？邊度落車啊？我問你喺邊個站落車啊你？落禾街即係近長華村嗰邊啦，係嘛？你行去火車站搭車翻嚟啊！你呢度附近邊有巴士搭啊？你即刻行去對面搭車啊！你唔好再翻學校啦，冇人等你㗎啦，人哋已經出咗發啦。咁中意瞓啊嘛？你約人哋8點啊嘛？你琴日都知道，你琴日同我講啊嘛？你約咗學校8點㗎，要翻到學校啊嘛？你7點半你都唔起身啊嘛？你忙咩啫？出咗學校，出咗屋企嘅又唔撚講，乜諗都唔肯講，話行啊行。 你行緊去邊啊？
foresight at the beginning. If you get it from a treasure chest, you might just be cursed. Sure, it can deal massive critical damage, but it swings like a sloth and slows down your progress in the early game. If you get the beach dab.
上咗車啊！你翻嚟洗晒啲貓兜佢，同我掃翻嗰日晒嗰個貓兜嗰個位佢。
is really shocking.
LEGO makes these fun little engine mechanisms that run when the vehicle is pushed. But I'm interested in reversing this so that we can drive the engine like a real one, allowing us to hopefully power some inventions. Now, my previous experiments highlight that LEGO doesn't really like being heated up, or we get this lovely melty, smelly goodness. So, hot expanding gas is clearly out of the question. Fortunately, there are many other ways to drive a piston engine, like these pneumatic cylinders that can be used to power things like this weird bug, or even a generator. Today, though, I want to try something different: electromagnetism. Just like the way hot expanding gases drive a regular piston engine, we can mimic this by pulsing current through a coil of wire, driving a magnet. So, in this video, we're going to experiment with some ways of driving an engine using this principle. And we're also going to test out a magnetic clutch to put our engine into action by gradually delivering power from the engine to the drivetrain. Now, some folks are likely looking at this and thinking, hey, this concept looks like a solenoid engine. Well, this little guy is a solenoid. Man, in essence, we're going to borrow from this concept. Now, this little solenoid works by pulling a metallic arm into a coil when some current is chucked through it. And if you rapidly pulse the current, it can cycle the piston, which can be used to drive an engine. So let's give this a quick try. To make an engine driven by the solenoid, we're going to need to make something that we can punch to drive a crank. Now, this lever with a rubber pad might do the trick. And after securing the mechanism to a base and giving it an output, now we have a lever that can drive the crankshaft. And adding a flywheel will allow it to run nice and smoothly. So now we can punch the lever, and if we get the timing just right, we can continue to drive it. Question is, how do we get the solenoid to have the right timing? Well, first, let's mount our solenoid to just the right place. These bendy pieces will give it the perfect angle we need to punch the rubber pad. Hopefully now, each punch will drive the flywheel. Let's give it a quick test. Hey, it looks like the position and angle are about right. But as we can tell here, the timing is all off, and the timing needs to be perfect to get this to run continuously. So this copper strip can be used to create a mechanical timer.
If we use some blue tack to attach a small strip to a Lego cylinder, now we have a contact pad that can cycle on and off when the crank rotates. So if we then expose our 2 wires here to the copper strip, this will close the circuit, driving the solenoid. Let's give it a quick test with a 9-volt battery. Et voila, we have a little solenoid engine. I quite like the clickety-clack as it cycles through the piston strokes. But I've gotta say, as cool as it looks, it's a little disappointingly weak. Well, before we upgrade to this monster, you know what else was a little disappointing? Sitting down with Katie only to realize that we couldn't watch Prinks here in Dublin. But thanks to NordVPN, today's partner, Katie and I have been able to get around this. So Katie's brother Peter was a writer, director, and producer of a hilarious TV show called Prinks. And we were all excited to sit down and watch it together, only to find that even though we live on the same island here in Dublin, the show was released in Northern Ireland and restricted to the UK only. Well, that hardly seems fair, but with NordVPN, we can just switch our location from Ireland to the UK, and just like that, we have access to the entire UK video library. Hey. With NordVPN and my link below, you can access the internet as though you're in any other country, allowing you to get around region-locked media. I can't believe how many shows we've been missing out on, and now we can pick any country in the world to watch what they watch. And not only this, but NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro keeps your online presence safe from attacks, phishing,
就喺呢個沙田度轉，然之後 WX 咧就喺呢個黃大仙度轉，咁睇下係咪真係快啲啦？點先？咦，去沙田試車都唔慢喎，可以試一試。我哋事不宜遲，馬上開始。
Blazing you before us. Strike the you can join the chorus. La 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 la. Follow me in merry measure. La 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 la. While I tell of you our treasure. La 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 la.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell swing and jingle bell ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun.
嗯。
沙啲牛肉餐腸麵係嘛？係咪？
係。但就唔俾自己哥食。
咩啊？
但就唔俾自己哥瞓。
你食咩早餐啊？你食完嘢好同我洗晒啲貓兜佢啊！掃晒嗰度嗰啲貓兜啊！沙啲牛肉餐腸麵，係要包啊！今日全部都要包，3個都要包。飲凍華田酒奶，係跟住一個沙啲牛肉餐腿麵，係就飲凍奶茶。係跟住一個切菜肉絲米，要腿蛋，腿太陽蛋，係就飲凍檸茶，凍檸茶要3個，天平山豬燒烤場，係啊，今日3個咋，幾多錢啊？擦咗牙未啊？
擦咗。
Baby?
Yes?
Can you come here?
You okay?
Yeah, just grabbing my coat.
A cuddle? Oh, me too.
Is that okay?
Perfect. Is that okay? That's more than okay.
Baby?
Yes?
Can you come here? Baby?
This video is going to drive your monitor completely crazy, for real. It's going to make it look like those mesmerizing videos we find on the internet. And we're going to do all this with a simple image that we're going to create with these 3 colors, but with one very important variable, the size of the image. So stay tuned and I'll tell you all about it. This video is pretty interesting. What we're going to do today is drive our monitors completely crazy because they won't know what's happening. But before we get into it and do the experiment directly, let's see what's going on here and why what I'm seeing isn't the same as what you're seeing or what someone else is seeing. I have a lot of videos about monitors on this channel.
Una vez me acuerdo que una persona me puso, este es el canal de los monitores. Ahora, en todos estos videos explicamos algo.
Something very basic. These monitors have a resolution in pixels. What is resolution? Well, resolution is basically the number of pixels a monitor has. For example, an HD monitor, if viewed horizontally, is 720 pixels high and 1080 pixels wide. This gives us approximately 77,000 pixels.
That sounded sick.
And this is the same with all.
Con todas las resoluciones, ya sean Full HD, 4K, Quad HD, etc. Hoy en día hay muchísimas resoluciones y tamaños de monitor, pero al final todos son lo mismo, una especie de grilla cuadrangular con muchos píxeles dentro. Ahora, dentro de cada uno de estos píxeles existe lo que se conoce como el subpíxel. Los subpíxeles son lo que dan nombre al famoso RGB que todos conocemos. Esto no pasa en todos los paneles LCD o LEDs que hay en el mercado, pero en la mayoría los píxeles se conforman de esta manera. Solamente que hay algunos patrones raros que utilizan algunos paneles. Este es nuestro píxel. Es un cuadrado perfecto. Y dentro hay 3 rectángulos, uno verde, uno rojo y uno azul. Cada uno de estos colores es un subpíxel, como vimos antes, y son los encargados de representar los colores. Por ejemplo, si queremos que toda la pantalla muestre un color rojo estático, todos los subpíxeles de color rojo se prenden y el verde y el azul se apagan. Y de esta manera tenemos un rojo estático en nuestro monitor. Ahora, con la mezcla de estos 3 colores ya podemos tener todos los otros colores. Por ejemplo, si queremos mostrar el amarillo, dejamos el rojo encendido y también encendemos el verde. Cuando estos 2 colores se mezclan, siempre y cuando hablemos de luz, forman el color amarillo. Y esta es la función básica y más simple que tiene tu monitor o pantalla. Solamente que armar imágenes es mucho más complejo y tiene muchos más cálculos. Pero normalmente los monitores responden bien y representan muy bien las imágenes. Los monitores siempre suelen responder bien porque las imágenes que representamos en ellos son mucho más grandes que un píxel. Por ejemplo, ahora mismo toda mi cara es mucho más grande que un píxel y lo conforman muchos píxeles. Pero ¿qué pasa si la imagen que queremos representar es mucho más pequeña que un píxel? Por ejemplo, una pelota de color amarillo. Esta es muy grande en tu monitor y lo forman muchísimos píxeles. Esto no es un problema para el monitor. Como vimos antes, simplemente mezcla rojo con verde y sale amarillo. Pero, ¿y si nos...
Because she built that, and that's the way it is.
Peppa Pig Tales. Let's jump in.
And here's your furniture, safe and sound.
Today, Peppa, George and Daddy Pig are at a storage unit to get their old cot for the new baby. But instead...
This isn't our stuff, Miss Rabbit.
Well, I suppose you could check the other units.
How long will that take? We've got tickets to Cheese World.
Oh, that's lunch. Good luck.
Uh-oh. What does our door look like, Daddy? It was definitely a red door. Or blue. Or green. But that's all the doors.
Pig open all the doors to look for the cot.
Count
it.
Will.
And some are, a bit...
Oh. I want four.
A 4 and... found.
Hooray!
It's always in the last place you look.
Yes, because we don't need to keep looking. All right, piggies, hop in. Next up, Cheese World.
Now they've found the cot, here. Now it's dark outside.
Oh no! Cheese World will be closed now. Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like we won't be able to have our fun day out after all. Jumped in a Oh, again?
And with Daddy Pig.
and play Sam.
Today, Peppa and her... And Susie...
Watch this. Let's try the yellow door.
Working.
Where's one?
Would love that movie, but it wasn't what we were watching.
Was it this silly one?
No! Oh, what's behind that door?
No, that's where we keep the popcorn.
Whoops, sorry.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Family.
A trip through time.
Have you ever needed to get to Pudong International Airport in a hurry? No problem. Just hop on the Shanghai Maglev, which holds the record for the fastest train on the planet. It can top out at a max speed of 311 miles an hour or 500 kilometers per hour. Want to travel at high speeds across the beautiful German countryside aboard a DB ICE-3? Cruising at 217 miles an hour or 349 kilometers an hour along its rails? Go for it. What if you're in the mood to take a quick ride from New York City to Chicago on a bullet train? Oh, wait, you can't. Nations around the world are light years ahead of the United States when it comes to high-speed rail technology. How could the wealthiest nation on the planet have such an inferior train system? Let's find out. To be considered a high-speed train, a train must travel faster than 125 miles an hour, or just over 200 kilometers an hour. This speed doesn't have to be maintained for the entire trip, but the train should reach it for most of the journey. High-speed trains aren't a futuristic concept. They're a proven technology. Japan's Shinkansen, the world's first high-speed rail system, began operating in 1964. That's right, while Japan revolutionized travel over 50 years ago, the United States States is still struggling to catch up. Also, a web of high-speed trains allows passengers easy access to almost every major city in Europe, while the US is practically devoid of such connections. In 2009, there were ambitious attempts to expand the country's high-speed rail infrastructure. However, the plan was riddled with problems from the start. It was unclear how certain cities would be connected, as there were gaps in the tracks. To make matters worse, the plan outlined inconsistent speed limits. Some railways would reach a maximum of 250 miles an hour or 400 kilometers an hour, while others were capped at just 90 miles an hour or about 140 kilometers an hour, with no explanation. To be fair, you could theoretically get across the country by flying. However, there are some major benefits to taking a high-speed train. The fact that most plane flights between two cities are cheaper than a train ride is partly an illusion. The United States hugely subsidizes oil and gas, so the price you're paying for a plane ticket isn't really what it ought to be. If airlines were required to pay the actual price for fuel, no one would be able to afford a plane ticket as it would be too expensive. And since the United States stopped seriously investing in its railways a long time ago, taking the train itself has become more expensive due to a lack of demand and limited service. When you look at the population density in areas of the world that have built high-speed trains, you'll notice a stark difference between them and the United States. Places like Europe, China, and Japan have population densities that are much higher than most of the US. This is actually one of the reasons why these parts of the world invested so heavily in their train networks. It's also important to note that for many, having access to a train became a major part of their lives, and entire communities grew around these routes. Therefore, large numbers of people in these countries are invested in improving train infrastructure. After conventional rails spread across the landscape, the next logical step was to
the only one who has seen people play this game, and they're just always terrible at it. So I'm gonna download it for myself and see if it's as hard as they make it look. Whoa, okay, I might have spoke too soon. Guys, this is really hard. No wonder I always see people failing at this. This game is called Going Ball.
Teleportation. Living cards.
歡迎大家繼續收睇鐵流嘅頻道。屯馬6月27日正式同埋鑽石係最終落實嘅慈雲山，係一個位於黃大仙區山上面嘅住宅區，以公營房屋為主。而根據政府統計，當年嘅慈雲山村前身係徙置區，喺1964到1971年落成，共有62座樓宇，一度係全香港最多樓宇嘅屋邨。1971年落成，共有62座樓宇。一度係全香港最多樓宇嘅屋邨。1980年，房委會為咗方便管理，將慈雲山村分拆咗做5個屋邨，之後再喺1990年代開始拆卸重建。而家嘅慈雲山共有6個屋苑，分別係慈安苑、慈樂村、慈愛苑、慈正村、慈民村同埋慈康村，分佈咗喺山上嘅唔同位置。各個屋苑嘅中心點係區內嘅大型商場兼運輸中心慈雲山中心。作為一個歷史悠久嘅住宅區，慈雲山早喺1967年嘅香港集體運輸研究已經規劃設站，係沙田線嘅其中一個中途站。當年嘅沙田線可以話係今日屯馬線嘅雛形，由山下圍、車公廟站附近嘅曾大屋，去到尖沙咀一段，都同超過半世紀後出現嘅屯馬線頗為相似。而當年所規劃嘅慈雲山站，大致上係位於雲華街，介乎旭華街同埋雙鳳街嘅位置，即係今日嘅慈樂邨樂安樓同埋慈雲山中心嘅正下方。車站規劃係喺工程第5階段興建，作為沙田線嘅終點站，並且預留喺第6階段再延伸去沙田區。車站採用類似炮台山站嘅倒式月台，並喺頭尾兩邊嘅旭華街同埋雙鳳街分別設有大堂。由於車站深入地底，設計嗰陣已經預期喺每邊會分別設有3部高速升降機，往返月台同埋2個大堂。不過，由於沙田係完全未發展，而當局對於沙田區嘅未來人口計算錯誤，所以喺1970年嘅集體運輸計劃總報告書入面就取消咗鑽石山以北嘅路段。慈雲山站嘅建議亦都一齊石沉大海。雖然當年嘅報告提及，如有需要可以將東九龍線延伸到去慈雲山，但係東九龍線九龍區其餘嘅路段，最後都係留返喺沙中線項目下嘅屯馬線先至落實興建。直到2002年，九廣鐵路公司投到沙中線之後，政府隨即要求九鐵研究將鐵路服務延伸到去黃埔同埋慈雲山，慈雲山站先至正式再被提出。然而好景不常，由於慈雲山站需要喺超過100米深嘅地底興建，乘客出入同埋緊急疏散都非常困難。 九鐵於是喺2004年決定改為建議喺地面興建高架自動捷運系統，類似於香港國際機場同埋目前由港鐵營運嘅澳門輕軌。或者大家會問，既然西營盤、香港大學同埋利東站嘅情況類似，點解呢啲地方成功設站，而慈雲山唔得呢？原因係因為九鐵所進行嘅地質勘測中發現，慈雲山並無適合興建車站嘅岩層。不過冇幾耐，九鐵就再喺2005年推翻埋自動捷運系統嘅建議。喺商討兩鐵合併期間，九鐵同埋地鐵重新檢討沙中線方案之後，兩間鐵路公司除咗認為興建慈雲山站喺技術上唔可行之外，同時亦都指出自動捷運系統無法喺坡度過大嘅地方行走。如果實行呢個方案，就只能夠喺慈雲山嘅南部，即係慈樂村附近設站，服務範圍唔大，未能夠惠及區內大部分嘅市民。再者，喺過往嘅公眾諮詢期間，有居民關注高架列車喺施工同埋運作期間對景觀同埋環境所造成嘅影響，特別係列車喺晚間行車時會造成嘅噪音。慈雲山發展鐵路嘅理想就再一次失敗告終啦。去到2008年，兩鐵合併後嘅港鐵建議唔興建慈雲山站，而為咗解決慈雲山居民嘅交通需求，港鐵建議興建行人天橋系統同埋改善區內嘅行人設施，連接慈雲山社區同埋鑽石山站。呢個建議最終得以落實，由政府委託港鐵興建嘅行人設施喺2017年落成啟用，比起屯馬線一期嘅通車日期早咗近2年半。接住落嚟就等我哋同大家實地考察呢個作為慈雲山站替代方案嘅行人設施網絡。由鑽石山站行去原先建議自動捷運系統能夠安全設站嘅慈樂村。我哋由鑽石山站嘅 A1 出口出發，利用龍蟠苑出面新加建嘅升降機行上天橋，再穿過鳳德商場。由於時間關係，呢條片入面嘅步程將會採用快鏡，希望收睇正常步速嘅片段的話，可以參考下面嘅連結。穿過商場，乘搭另一組新加建嘅升降機，就會去到濠江村道。由呢度開始，沿途嘅行人路上蓋都係同屬鐵路公司工程嘅部分。嚟到呢座天橋，代表我哋已經嚟到慈雲山屋村嘅大門。
Is pricing change really a multi-quarter project? With ChargeBee, you can launch.
穿過慈樂村3期，再搭升降機就會去到慈雲山中心。由鑽石山站嚟到慈樂村旁邊嘅慈雲山中心，需時大約16分鐘。幾個建議入面，而建車站嘅選址亦都係喺呢度附近。既然一場嚟到，我哋都行埋附設自動行人道嘅一段行人天橋。呢段行人天橋連接咗慈雲山北部嘅慈正村同埋慈愛苑。不過，由於兩段天橋並不相連，行人需要先行落地面，再重新接駁另一段天橋，未免較為不便。雖然呢段大約300米長嘅天橋有大約100米係自動行人道，但係呢一日4段自動行人道就有3段故障停用，而扶手電梯同樣出現故障。我哋較早前俾大家競猜由鑽石山站行到去慈正村所需要嘅時間，加埋呢一段，全程就一共需時26分鐘，一直向上行大約半個鐘，而實在難免會感到吃力。雖然行人天橋系統連接咗中心點嘅慈雲山中心， 但係呢套系統並唔完全係天橋，亦都不乏地面路段，行人需要不停上落。再者，路途都有一定距離，所以仍然有唔少市民會選擇使用其他交通工具去接駁鐵路，甚至係各區。而喺慈雲山中巴士總站，就有班次頻密嘅專線小巴特快往來鑽石山、黃大仙同埋九龍塘站，仲有巴士去觀塘、紅磡、尖沙咀、鰂魚涌、北角、上環、機場等地，亦都可見有唔少市民會選用呢啲交通工具。大家認為而家慈雲山嘅行人設施能唔能夠取代鐵路服務呢？慈雲山站嘅建議經歷咗3次失敗，會唔會再有機會改進再作嘗試呢？坊間亦都有提議，將某部分喺屯馬線通車之後客量低迷嘅巴士路線延伸到去慈雲山，開拓新客源，逃出減班，甚至
Don't pick Reaper Scythe at the beginning. If you get it from a treasure chest, you might just be cursed. Sure.
How important is speed in a racing game like Mario Kart World? Today we play Mario Kart World, but I am playing as the character Luigi, and I use the cart that gives me the lowest speed stat that I can find. My sister is picking her character based on what looks cool, which is a great strategy, and she's a bit newer to this game, so you'll get to see how we both do in this challenge. Thank you so much for watching, and I really hope you enjoy this video.
So many people in the comments have been saying for days now,
CX Many, please get your sister to play this game. I can't wait to see you and your sister play this game.
In parts to a level.
You could just wander around freely, and you could go between the tracks, because all of the tracks are actually... Hold A? All the tracks are connected in this game. Isn't that so funny?
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't get a boost, did you?
No, I think I held it down a little too late.
How am I so far ahead already when I have the lowest speed possible? I'm in first.
Wow.
I'm in first, and I have the lowest speed I could have possibly had with Luigi. That's kind of funny.
What is going on? Yahoo! You just got it.
Maybe getting all these coins will really help me.
Oh, I threw a red shell and hit someone. So satisfying.
Good thing it wasn't a blue shell. Get it?
No, I'm in the dirt. Oh, yeah, because you're in first.
Whoa, people are throwing lots of shells here. Okay,
Yeah, I don't want to get hit.
One left. Oh, you guys are right behind me. Haha, he drove into my banana, if you know what I mean. I had a banana right behind me.
So funny.
You saw my video where I was playing this track, actually.
Yeah.
And you saw this little guy running around, the guy with the nose like that, and you thought, who is that? What character is this? What game are they from? And it's funny, because when I saw it, I thought it kind of looks like a nose pass from Gen 3 Pokemon. But in the comments, people let me know that it's from a different Mario game. It's from... I don't know what it was. It was Mario Land or something. One of the Mario games, one of the older Mario games that I haven't played. That's apparently where it's from.
Oh,
wait,
banana
I wanted
just
to see
saved
what's
me.
up here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't know if
I'm
there's
stuck
something
in
up
dirt.
there. I went into the off-road just to check what's up there.
Is anything there? I keep going the off-road. I lose my
Going
boost.
into the off-road, eh?
Oh no, I was in second. Now I'm in sixth. What's going on here?
Yeah, that can happen when you get hit.
Yeah, or going off-road.
Yeah, or going to the off-road. That's true, too. So, remember in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, how the maximum amount of coins you could have is 10?
Yeah,
In
I
this
15.
In this game, it's 20.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Whoa, we're going so quick.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
I kind of want to go up there and see if there's anything